Festival Hall of the Municipality of Vienna. Vienna is opening the heart and arms to welcome you. Allow me to express the sign of gratitude to our exhibitors, and I'm beginning with the countries in alphabetic form. I would like to thank the embassies and the countries of Algeria, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Sudan, and Tunisia. All of them are present today to present their countries, culture, and Lebanon is also there. Yeah, I have already said Lebanon after Iraq, I'm sorry. So all of those countries presenting their countries and their culture, and some of them have some sweets and coffee, which is very famous in the Arab countries. Well, warm welcome to you. Yes, I've heard that the Royal Jordanian Airlines is also there, but we were welcoming them as a company, not a country. Country is not present today. I'm sorry for that also. Let me put the thanks also to our partners today, which is the Vienna Business Agency. Mrs. Oler is together with us today and will lead the moderation at the beginning, together with RECREEE, the regional office for renewable energy and energy efficiency, our partner today. All of them were engaged to have this wonderful happening today. Most welcome to you. Also welcome to our sponsors, Platinum, Gold, and Silver. I'm starting by the company Austrian Institute of Technology, IDS Oberhausen, OMV, Regional Center, I've already mentioned. The UNIDO is under us, and of course, Wimpex, where is our president, Mr. Kuzbari, is always here to support our happening. Also, Archides, UN, Borealis, Lauer Textil, you will see wonderful clothes, which is Tracht, and we will present them today at the dinner. Also, welcome Mia Limousine, Por AG Construction Company, the Royal Jordanian, and Seven Eyes are also present. Moreover, Faro Lioni, UG, NAP, Villinger, and Spitz, all of them were sponsors today, and we are welcoming you, and please feel free to walk between the exhibition's booth and try to have not only the taste, but also a chat with them. Again, welcome to all of you and to all our dignitarians who accompanied us from the Arab countries, but also from Austria. Thank you a lot. So, may I ask you then to take place, because we are starting the official opening of this forum. Please.
Dear Mr. President, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, Marhaban bikum duyufna al-kiram fi Vienna. My name is Sabine Ohler, and on behalf of the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce and of the Vienna Business Agency, it is my great pleasure and true honor to welcome you to the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum here in Vienna's magnificent City Hall. This beautiful historic building is without a doubt truly fit to host today's high-level gathering with such an impressive list of dignitaries, high-level diplomatic and business delegations, and the best companies from numerous Arab countries. But also Austria and Vienna are being well represented at the highest federal and municipal level, as well as with many of the country's leading companies. So again, a very warm welcome. The 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum puts the focus on energy transition, urban technology, and sustainable cities. More than 54% of the global population currently resides in cities, and the figure that keeps growing fast as the world continues to experience rapid rates of urbanization. While this makes urban areas major hubs for talent, innovation, and investments, it also makes them centers of complex and rapidly evolving challenges, from public health, air and water quality, to sustainable energy supply. Meeting these challenges is essential to building more sustainable and livable societies in our cities. Urban investment is a prerequisite for healthy city development, and it is highly interconnected with the quality of urban life. The urban soft environment, the non-physical environment, such as policies, regulations, city management, municipal services, and human resources also play a key role in this context. Ladies and gentlemen, Vienna is not only the city of music. It is also a role model for a city which does offer both the hard and the soft factors for a highly attractive business location. That includes, first, the best quality of life worldwide. Vienna has been ranked by Mercer as the city with the best quality of life in the world for almost a decade. In addition, Vienna has just been named the most livable city in the world by the renowned Economics magazine. Second, Vienna boasts top infrastructure and transportation connections. That includes easy access to all countries in the European Union, as well as Central and Eastern Europe. Third, the legal, political, social, and economic stability. Furthermore, Vienna offers international and cultural diversity, comparably low cost of housing, and world-class educational and university institutions that produce top talent. Last but not least, the neutrality, political and military neutrality of Austria, which is of high value, especially under the present rather challenging world economic and geopolitical situation. While Vienna will break through the 2 million mark over the next few years, the investment opportunities the city offers will increase considerably as well. Vienna is eager to keep the best quality of life also for its rapidly growing population, and the city is offering to share its proven, unparalleled know-how in urban technologies, innovation, and management, which makes it the best in the world in many fields. At the same time, opportunities for international companies arising from the ambitious projects currently underway in many Arab countries are substantial, especially in infrastructure, public transportation, environmental technologies, renewable energy, water, to name just a few. This is creating new opportunities for international business cooperation and partnerships. This is why we are here today. Today's display of companies and international institutions in various fields, together with the diplomatic representations of Arab countries here in Vienna, will offer unique opportunities to meet with the business community and establish valuable personal contacts. I cordially invite you to seize these opportunities here today. Esteemed guests, I now have the honor to introduce one of the key architects in the good standing of Austro-Arab economic relationships. Besides an impressive track record of over 3 decades with Austria's largest corporation, OMV, he also holds numerous highly honorable functions and decorations, which don't even fit on one page, so I couldn't list them all. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber and President of the Austro-Arab Economic Chamber, Senator Dr. Richard Schenz.
Thank you very much for your very kind words and introduction. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum organized by the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, the Viennese Business Agency, and the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, and in cooperation with regional and international partners such as United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and the Union of the Mediterranean OPEC Fund for International Development, and other institutions. We are honored to announce that this year's forum we held under the patronage of our Federal President, His Excellency Dr. Alexander van der Bellen. And during the term of the Austrian presidency in the Council of the European Union. A very special welcome goes to our esteemed opening speakers, His Excellency Dr. Michael Ludwig, represented by Engineer Omar Al-Rawi, because he has unfortunately other appointments, the mayor. A member, Mr. Al-Rawi is member of the Viennese Parliament and representative of the City of Vienna. His Excellency Dr. Mahdi Allak, Secretary General for the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Iraq. His Excellency Dr. Johannes Peterlik, Secretary General for the Federal Ministry for European Integration and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Austria. Welcome, Mr. Peterlik. By the way, since we met in Vietnam, we are somewhat like friends. His Excellency Diplom-Ingenieur Michael Esterl, Secretary General for the Federal Ministry for Digital and Economic Affairs of the Republic of Austria. Welcome. His Excellency Mr. Li Yong, Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Our dear Arab President and Founding Father, Mr. Nabil Kuzbari, thank you very much for coming. His Excellency Sheikh Khalifa Al Thani, President of the Qatar Chamber of Commerce, dear presidents and representatives of the Arab chambers coming from Libya, Iraq, Qatar, Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates to attend our forum. His Excellency Dr. Khaled Hanafi, Secretary General of the Union of the Arab Chambers, and His Excellency Mr. Herbert Scheibner, former Minister of Defense of Austria. We are honored by the presence of His Excellency Sheikh Ali Al Thani, President of the Arab Ambassadors Council and Ambassador of the State of Qatar. His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Samir Koubaa, Head of Mission of the League of Arab States of Austria, and since he was ambassador in Vienna, let me say you are a very good friend. Thank you very much. Their Excellencies, the ambassadors of the Arab countries in Austria, the representatives from the International Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the European Union, national and international organizations, UNIDO, OFID, Österreichische Kontrollbank. Dr. Ahmed Badr, Executive Director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, our co-partner today. Secretaries General of Joint Arab Chambers of Germany and Greece, a warm welcome. A special welcome to the Secretary General of our chamber, the Austro-Arab Chamber, Diplom Engineer Muda Kuja. He is the maître de plaisir and he is really doing a lot to organize this event. And to all esteemed members, visitors, and guests. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the focus of this year's forum is on energy transition, as we heard already, urban technology and sustainable cities, new opportunities for international cooperation and partnerships. The sustainable use of energy is a central question in modern global societies. Renewable energy and energy efficiency have become major factors for effective urban planning for sustainable development. This applies not only for rural off-grid areas, but also particularly in high populated areas. Topics like access to energy, sustainable mobility, public utilities, distributed generation, and passive housing and design of urban communities are depending on the efficient use of energy. Europe and the Arab region share close geographical proximity and are both affected by the impact of climate change, urban agglomeration in large capitals of the region call for energy efficient solutions and enhancement of innovation to improve livelihood. The leads to the development of new technologies for the sustainable use of resources and diversification of energy sources in the region. This year's forum aims at highlighting and analyzing the energy profile of the Europe-Arab region and showing the current transition and the needs for future actions. Building up partnerships to promote investment, financing, and upscaling sustainable energy projects. We are strengthening the cooperation within private sectors in the mentioned region. Identifying relating financial tools, incentives, and investment development funds, benefits, challenges, potential areas for future investments, and so on. The exchange of experiences, technologies, and solutions for modern and sustainable urban developments. To facilitate these objectives, we are proud to announce the launch and promotion of a high-level policy dialogue between Europe and Arab countries, as we shall be witnessing later in panel number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the forum, with its high-level speakers, different sessions and discussions, and its recommendations and findings, will help to further strengthen the cooperation and networking between Austria and the Arab countries and our guests and our guest countries in these highly important and critical areas. Esteemed guests and visitors, I wish you all a fruitful and rewarding forum and lots of networking opportunities during the forum and the B2B meetings afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You're making my job very easy. After announcing all these dignitaries, I can keep my stories very short, so thank you very much. And I have the pleasure now to welcome another special speaker in representation of His Excellency, the Governor and Mayor of Vienna, Dr. Michael Ludwig. I'm honored to introduce member of the City Council and of the City of Vienna, Mr. Omar Al-Rawi. Thank you.
معالي الأمناء العامين وأخص نيابة عن الأستاذ الدكتور مهدي العلاق، سعادة سفراء الدول العربية في فيينا، وأخص نيابة عنه ممثل جامعة الدول العربية الأستاذ سمير كوباء، ضيوفنا الكرام، أحبتنا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بما أنه أصبح عرف في الدبلوماسية النمساوية نبتدأ كلماتنا باللغة العربية كما فعلتها وزير خارجية النمسا في أروقة الأمم المتحدة، كان من باب أولى أن أبتدئ أنا أيضا باللغة العربية وإن شاء الله بلسان فصيح. Honored guest, distinguished guest, I just apologize to start my speech in Arabic, but it became now obvious that it's tradition that Austrian diplomats and our foreign minister started its speech in the United Nations in Arabic, so I thought I should do it the same, and I hope that the General Secretary, Mr. Peterlik, would forward our grateful thanks for this initiative. I have the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Mayor and the Governor of the City of Vienna, Dr. Michael Ludwig, who unfortunately could not join us today due to previous meetings, but he asked me to forward his best wishes. We're really very proud that this traditional meeting of the annual Arab-Austrian Chamber meeting is taking the 10th, I think, in Vienna, and it's a tradition that we always offer this beautiful building of the Rathaus for this meeting, and the new mayor didn't hesitate 1 second to be glad to offer this place, and we think that Vienna is really one of the best places where such meetings should be. Traditionally, it was always a city of dialogue. It started with the Vienna Congress, and I remember when I was a child, President Kennedy and Khrushchev met in Vienna, and when I came to study to Vienna 40 years ago, Brezhnev and Carter met in Vienna, and then I witnessed how the KSCT conference was signed in Vienna by George Shultz, and then we witnessed even the Iran talks and a lot. So it seems a place where a lot of people could meet and could have always a very positive results. And Mrs. Ola mentioned very nice that we are the most livable city in the world and the best one in life quality since 9 years, and we're the #1 in Congress tourism. So these are the soft facts that helps a lot of companies and international headquarters to choose Vienna to be one of the place where they establish their headquarters, more than 40 in Vienna. But I think that we decided since the last enlargement of the European Union, where Vienna moved from the edge, from the verge to the heart of Europe, and within a diameter of only 200 miles, we are the largest city with a region of 6 million inhabitants, 4 cultures, many languages. And we know that Vienna could not be the place of cheap production costs, and not also for heavy industry, but we decided to be a city of knowledge, because we are sure that to attract investors and to attract people to come to Vienna, you don't need only the soft facts to be a nice city, a safe city, a nice city to live, but also you have to invest in endeavor in science and research, and also you need these things, and you need also a very high qualified and trained workforce. And Vienna is a city which hosts 18 universities. We have in our 1.8 million inhabitants of Vienna about 200,000 students living in Vienna, and I think this is a pole where a lot of investors and a lot of international headquarters could really profit from this place. I wish you a very successful meeting. I'm looking forward to hear all the panels and the discussions, and I thank my friend Mr. Mudar Khoja for his great efforts year after year to organize this event. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming to Vienna, and I wish you a very pleasant day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Councillor Al-Rawi. In my role of Global Inbound Investment Director for the City of Vienna, I can confirm everything you said. This is one of the reasons, some of the reasons why companies are coming to Vienna. It's really the best of both worlds. So while you're here, I hope you can enjoy, not only work hard, but also get to know some of the soft factors, and also capitalize on the business conversation that you will be having during these days, and hopefully stay longer. Our next honorable speaker is the Secretary General for the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Iraq. In these functions, he's 100% committed to develop and strengthen the economic ties between the Republic of Iraq and partner countries. Please welcome His Excellency, Dr. Mahdi Allak.
أصحاب المعالي والسيادة والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، طاب صباحكم بخير. يسرني أن أحييكم مع بدء أعمال المنتدى الاقتصادي العربي النمساوي العاشر، وأتقدم ابتداءً بالشكر والتقدير لكل الجهات المنظمة للمنتدى الذي يمثل مناسبة مهمة للحوار وتبادل الآراء والأفكار، بما يصب في خدمة أهدافنا المشتركة بالنهوض بالواقع الاقتصادي والتنموي لبلداننا وتأمين متطلبات ذلك، لا سيما في توفير البنى التحتية الأساسية ومنها الطاقة الكهربائية. السيدات والسادة، أطلقت الحكومة العراقية قبل فترة وجيزة خطة التنمية الوطنية 2018-2022، وفي تقديري وأنا أعمل في المجال الأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء وإدارتها، أفترض من الناحية النظرية أن تكون هذه هي الركيزة الأساسية للبرنامج القادم للحكومة العراقية للسنوات الأربع القادمة. ولذلك وددت أن أشير أمام حضراتكم إلى أبرز أهداف هذه الاستراتيجية قدر تعلق الأمر بأهداف هذا المنتدى. أولاً، إرساء أسس الحوكمة الرشيدة. ثانياً، تحقيق الإصلاح الاقتصادي بكافة أبعاده المالية والنقدية والمصرفية والتجارية. ثالثاً، تعافي المجتمعات والمناطق المتضررة بسبب أزمة النزوح وفقدان الأمن الإنساني. رابعاً، توفير متطلبات بيئة تمكينية للاستثمار بكافة أشكاله وتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص. خامساً، رفع معدل النمو الاقتصادي بما ينسجم مع إمكانات ومتطلبات الاقتصاد العراقي. سادساً، زيادة مستوى أو متوسط دخل الفرد الحقيقي. سابعاً، خفض معدلات البطالة والعمالة الناقصة المرتبطة بالإرث التقليدي في عملنا في الحكومات المتعاقبة في العراق. ثامناً، أمن إنساني للفئات الأكثر فقراً وهشاشة. تاسعاً، الارتقاء بمؤشرات التنمية المستدامة. عاشراً، إرساء أسس اللامركزية المعززة للتنمية المكانية. 11، الموائمة ما بين الإطار التنموي العام والهياكل الحضرية المستندة إلى أسس التخطيط العمراني والميزات النسبية المكانية. ولذلك تلاحظون سيداتي سادتي أن الكثير من منطلقات هذه الخطة ترتبط بالاهتمامات العالمية ومنها ما يندرج تحت اهتمامات هذا المنتدى. وأود بهذه المناسبة أن أشير إلى التحدي الأكبر في البلد الذي امتد لسنوات طويلة، وهو موضوع تطوير قطاع الكهرباء. إذ أننا نعاني في هذا البلد من نقص في إنتاج الطاقة وفي نقل الطاقة وفي توزيعها، ولذلك ربما تشكل المطالبة بتحسين الطاقة الكهربائية واحدة من الدواعي الأساسية لما يحصل من تظاهرات في بلد بدأ ينتهج النهج الديمقراطي. ولذلك أنتهز فرصة اهتمام المنتدى بهذا الموضوع لأشير إلى أن خطة التنمية الوطنية التي أشرت إليها ركزت أيضاً على أهداف مهمة في موضوع الطاقة الكهربائية، منها زيادة إنتاج الطاقة لتصل إلى أكثر من 20,000 ميجاوات، وزيادة حصة الفرد منها، وتحسين كفاءة المنظومة الكهربائية بما تعاني من خلل في بناها التحتية، وتحسين نوعية الخدمات المقدمة للمستهلكين في القطاعات المختلفة لا سيما الصناعية والزراعية والتجارية، وترشيد استهلاك الطاقة الكهربائية، وتحسين الأثر البيئي لنشاط الكهرباء من خلال التوجه نحو الطاقات المتجددة والبديلة. كما يركز منطلق خطة التنمية في مجال الكهرباء على تعزيز دور القطاع الخاص في إدارة قطاعي الإنتاج وتوزيع الطاقة الكهربائية، وتعزيز حوكمة قطاع ومؤسسات الكهرباء. السيدات والسادة الحضور، على الرغم من التحديات التي تواجه الاقتصاد العراقي بعد أن نجح في تحرير أراضيه من دنس الاحتلال الداعشي بكل ما خلف ذلك من تضحيات بشرية كبيرة ومن دمار شامل يتطلب ما لا يقل عن 90 مليار دولار لإعادة إعماره، وهذا ما أطلقناه في مؤتمر الكويت الدولي لإعادة الإعمار، حيث أجريت دراسات مستفيضة بالتنسيق مع البنك الدولي لتقدير الأضرار التي أصابت البنى التحتية في المناطق التي احتلت من قبل داعش والتي دمرت سواء خلال عملياته الإجرامية أو خلال تحرير هذه المناطق. كما أن ذلك يقترن بإقرار خطة التنمية الوطنية التي أشرت إليها قبل قليل، والتي ينبغي كما قلت أن تشكل منطلقاً أساسياً للحكومة القادمة. إن العراق يتطلع إلى رفع معدلات النمو الاقتصادي والارتقاء بمستويات التنمية المستدامة، وتوفير متطلبات بيئة تمكينية للاستثمار بكافة أشكاله، وتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص. وأود الإشارة إلى أن قرارات مهمة صدرت عن الحكومة العراقية سواء قبل مؤتمر الكويت لإعادة الإعمار أو قبل حوالي شهر من هذا اليوم بتوفير بيئة استثمار تيسر الكثير من المتطلبات باتجاه حث وتشجيع القطاع الخاص والاستثمارات الأجنبية للعمل في العراق. وأعلنت الهيئة الوطنية للاستثمار عن أكثر من 200 برنامج أو مشروع استثماري في محافظات العراق المختلفة. إننا نأمل أن يكون هذا الملتقى فرصة حقيقية لتبادل الخبرات في حوار هادف بناء يصب في مصلحة العلاقات العربية النمساوية، ويزيد من أواصر التعاون الاقتصادي والبناء التنموي وتحقيق الرفاه لشعوبنا جميعاً. والعراق وهو ضمن المنظومة العربية الفاعلة يأمل أن يستفيد من متطلبات هذا الملتقى مع بدء تشكيل الحكومة الجديدة وتنفيذ برنامجها للسنوات الأربع القادمة. أكرر الشكر والثناء لكل الجهات التي عملت على تنظيم ورعاية وإنجاح هذا الملتقى الذي نتمنى له كل النجاح في تحقيق أهدافه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Allow me now to welcome the next honorable guest, who is representing the official Austrian federal side. He is the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs at the Federal Ministry for Europe, Integration and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Austria. Please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Johannes Peterlik.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately my Arabic is not good enough to welcome all of you in Arabic like my minister just recently did in her speech at the United Nations, but allow me to extend a warm salam alaikum to all of you, and especially also to my friend, the president of the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Schenz, who I had the honor to accompany a few times to the Arab world, and I have fond memories and I have close friendships that are rooted in the Arab world. Austria and the Arab world have a very long-standing common history. Our multi-dimensional relationship has always been friendly and is based on the mutual respect of equal partners. Also, our trade relations have always been important and positive for both sides. The Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce has been a valued partner in our joint endeavors, and I commend the Chamber and its leadership for its guidance and its support. Over the last 10 years, the Arab-Austrian Economic Chamber has provided an important opportunity to get together to jointly take stock and to discuss matters of common concern. The success is not least due to the generosity of the City of Vienna, and thank you for that again, providing this wonderful venue for us. And I would like to thank not only the mayor, but you personally also, for making this possible. Today, we celebrate one decade of this forum here in Vienna, which has always chosen very interesting topics as a theme of this annual conference. Last year, we talked about energy, infrastructure, new technologies, and food and agriculture. This year, energy transition, urban technology and sustainable cities, new opportunities for international cooperation and partnerships make up our theme. A related side event will take place on Wednesday in the Austria Center Vienna, the high-level conference on regional cooperation to accelerate sustainable energy, innovation, and entrepreneurship in developing countries. I'm looking forward to seeing some of you there. Now I would like to cover a few points falling under this year's theme. Sustainable energy is the only way to create the cleaner world we need today. We have to move away from fossil fuels and focus on investments in renewable energy. Austria's active commitment to support access to modern, sustainable, and renewable energy all over the world began more than 10 years ago. The UN Agenda 2030 and the goals set out in the Paris Agreement provide the new and internationally agreed framework for this work. If we want to keep our planet habitable for future generations, energy transition is a must for all of us. While the Paris Agreement provides us with the necessary guidelines to reach this goal, it is essential that we plan long-term and start implementing appropriate measures now. The EU has a highly ambitious goal for a sustainable energy future. The focus lies on energy efficiency and savings, as well as the rapid expansion and promotion of renewables. Austria already produces 75% of its electricity from renewable resources, in particular water, biomass, and wind, and we aim to raise this share to 100% by 2030. We consider oxygen a very promising energy source for the future. The option was broadly discussed at the recent informal EU energy ministers meeting in Linz as part of the Austrian EU presidency. Although further research is required, the expansion of the use of oxygen as a clean and sustainable energy source enjoyed large support there. The significance of a global energy transition is obvious to all of us, and we know we have to tackle the rise of global energy demand. Particularly also in Asia, demand is expected to rise by about a third by 2040. This means that oil, and especially gas, will continue to play a major role in the midterm. Speaking here at the Arab-Austrian Economic Forum, I would like to acknowledge that many Arab countries, known especially for their oil and gas exports, have already recognized that economic opportunities of the energy transition are also necessary. Their unique geographical position and the export opportunities of, for example, solar energy pose unparalleled advantages. Let me now turn to sustainable cities. By 2050, 85% of the population of Europe will live in cities, and their energy requirements will continue to rise. At present, 75% of the carbon dioxide emissions worldwide are caused by the use of fossil fuels for cities. Effective solutions for life in cities must be found to improve quality of life. At the same time, the existing energy infrastructure must be recognized and modernized to increase energy efficiency, to achieve a better use of heat from urban waste, and to reduce final energy consumption. The ultimate aim is the zero carbon city, a city with a neutral carbon dioxide balance. Conventional energy systems based on fossil fuels can pose a threat to the health of the population in growing cities, particularly of air population. Smart energy means, above all, higher quality of living for the inhabitants of a modern city. The future lies in intelligent cities. Austria, as you may know, plays a leading role in the European technology in numerous areas relating to developing intelligent cities. Austria's industry has developed a high level of expertise and competitive advantages, particularly in the field of transport systems, clean energy, and environmental technology. Take, for example, the Austrian company Doppelmayr Seilbahnen, whose ropeway technology and light rail systems are used all over the world to transport passengers. Another example is Green Non-Tech, the world's largest producer of solar thermal collectors. In 2010, the company received the special order to supply collectors for the largest solar thermal plant project in the world at the Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University for Women in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, Austria is also one of the leading countries in environmental technology. Our companies and research organizations enjoy an excellent reputation worldwide and have achieved a high level of expertise in sustainable construction, waste management, also innovative energy solutions, and resource efficiency. There is an immense amount of research and innovation going on in the domestic environmental technology branch. 79% of our Austrian companies claim that their innovation is completely new on the Austrian market, and 66% go further to say their ideas are internationally new. Increased energy efficiency is not just a promise here. The Austrian population has the highest concentration of passive houses per capita worldwide already today. An Austrian best practice example for environmental technology is the agricultural sprinkler system supplied by Bauer Group, the global market leader from Austria. In 2010, the Bauer Group received one of the largest single orders in the sprinkler industry to date by the Iraqi Federal Ministry of Water Management. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's topics are very timely, interesting, and important for our future and the future of our children. I do hope that we will have interesting and stimulating discussions, and hopefully new ideas will emerge on how to tackle the challenges of the future in the interest of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Listening to you and all this know-how that we have here always makes me curious to find out more, since we all share to be passionate ambassadors about the business location, but also this country. But it's not a contradiction to be patriotic and to be cosmopolitan. So that's why we love to welcome you all here every year. So now we have a man who is truly dedicated to serve the cause of his country of origin in his capacity of ambassador of the Republic of Tunisia and numerous other diplomatic assignments. It is a special honor to welcome, in one of his first representations since his very recent inauguration, the head of the mission of the League of Arab States in Austria, His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Samir Koubaa.
أصحاب السعادة والمعالي, Excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, our gathering today is about trade and win-win partnership and promotion of investment, which are within the priorities of the activities of the League of Arab States. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation for the role of the Austro-Arab Chamber in developing and strengthening trade partnership between Austria and Arab countries. We are all aware about the importance of the relations at all levels between Austria and Arab countries. And we do believe that still enormous potentials to enhance further these relations. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable economic and social development are high priorities on the agenda of the League of Arab States. With a population of around or more than 400 million and a variety of natural, human resources and expertise, our meeting today is a great occasion to address new opportunities for cooperation. The League of Arab States, through its mission in Vienna, the Council of Arab Ambassadors, and the Austrian Arab Chamber of Commerce will exert all effort in the coming period toward fully utilizing the potential for economic cooperation with Austria. Finally, I would like to thank the board of directors of the Chamber, led by the Chamber President and their deputies, and in particular, my esteemed friends, Dr. Richard Schenz and Mr. Nabil Kuzbari, who was instrumental in the foundation of the Chamber. I would like also to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Federal Minister and to the Austrian government for their support to the Austrian Arab Chamber of Commerce, and wish you all the best in your deliberation during the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum. وتحية خاصة إلى أخي العزيز عمر الراوي. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and welcome again to Austria. I can see already that we have a very strong partner in fostering the Austro-Arab relations with you. Thank you very much. Our next honorable speaker covers one of the key topics of any modern administration: digitalization and economic affairs. Please welcome the Secretary General of the Federal Ministry for Digital and Economic Affairs of the Republic of Austria, His Excellency Diplom Engineer Michael Esterl.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy being with you today for the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum. And first of all, let me thank once more again to President Dr. Schenz for hosting this very important forum. Let me briefly talk about Arab-Austrian economic ties. The Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce continues to play a significant role in facilitating activities between Arab and Austria investors and companies. Since the establishment of the AACC in 1989, Austria's trade with the Arab world has increased dramatically, rising from 1.3 billion euro to 4.7 billion euro in 2017. Those numbers illustrate the great success story that AACC has been. However, we live in a challenging world. Unfortunately, it is not an easy period for global trade. Singular actions endanger their international and multilateral trading system. Austria is a very small export-oriented country. We earn 6 out of 10 euros abroad. In Austria, every second job depends on export. Therefore, we need strong economic ties and partnerships at eye level, based on mutual trust and respect. This is why we greatly appreciate the cooperation with our Arab partners. What will the future bring for Austria and the European Union? Additional tariffs and additional barriers are not the solution. To overcome challenges in trade, we need to invest in innovation and new technologies. Innovation is the key if we want to stay competitive, and we want to be competitive in a globalized world. We need to support our businesses where they need it. We need to make sure that we do not over-regulate our businesses and entrepreneurs. I firmly believe that the people-to-people contact is the best option to bring economic relations to life. This is why we greatly appreciate the cooperation with our Arab partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you and all participants a lot of fruitful discussions and a successful event. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, and I couldn't agree more with you. I think in times of increasing digitalization and everything going online, the personal contacts are appreciated and valued more than ever. And I don't think these personal contacts can be replaced by computers and data. I now have the honor to announce another distinguished guest. He is Professor of Economics and International Business and previously held several governmental, academic, and consultancy positions. Most recently, he was Minister of Supply and Internal Trade in Egypt and Chairman of Internal Trade and Development Authority. Please welcome the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Chambers, His Excellency Dr. Khalid Hanafi.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure being here, and at the beginning, I just want to thank everybody here, the attendees, the participants, the organizers, the sponsors. I start from the last part in the slogan of this forum, which is new ways of cooperation, new opportunities for partnership. Actually, we need to think of a different model of collaboration between the Arab region and Europe in general, Styria specifically. We want to change the model that relied a lot on just the simple version of trade, exports and imports. We need to consider something like strategic partnership, strategic alliances. Specifically, after I heard from the previous speakers that were talking about digitalization, we're talking about different world. So we need to employ and to invest on this. We need to cope with the changes that we're witnessing in the whole world. The Arab region in general could be classified under different categories. All of them, they have some common challenges and problems, and all of them, they have opportunities. There are some countries in the Arab world already achieved great success in different areas, specifically the energy, electricity. Egypt considered one of them, and the model was Egyptian-European model that enabled Egypt in a very short period of time to satisfy a sort of a self-sufficiency in electricity power and as well in some other types of energy. Also, there are countries in the Arab world, like in Jordan, in the Gulf countries, they enjoyed great success in different areas, like in digitalization, in logistics, in transportation. There are a third type of countries, they are waiting for reconstructions, and they are considered great opportunities for businesses and investments. What I want to say here is that we need to think of a model that replaces the immigration of people, of youth from the Arab countries to the European Union, to Austria, to the countries in all the North Mediterranean countries, to a model that benefits from the technology, the innovation, the digitalization, the management, the educational, vocational training system, to be employed in the Arab region. By doing so, we can think of a model that creates a win-win situation, that the engine, the fuel in the Arab countries are in the youth. And those people can be utilized by the modern technology here, the modern innovation, the vocational systems. Through the digitalization and the exchange, we can enjoy the production in one hand and the consumption on another hand, but without a physical movement of the people. And I believe that this is very important point and very great challenge among the two parties. I know that Austria here is actually developed in very needed areas in our countries in the Arab region. Specifically, we're talking about opportunities in the vehicle or car industries that needed in the Arab region to have some hubs to exist in some places in the Arab region, which is a great development over here. I understand that there are some great opportunities in machineries and equipment that needed for the development in these countries. Again, creating other hubs to be located over there. The management system, the sustainable city and the development in innovation is also needed. The vocational educational system that needed in our countries considered, again, a great opportunity. In the Union of Arab Chamber, that I have the honor to be the Secretary General of, and through our foreign chambers like this successful chamber, the Arab-Austrian Chamber, we have access to different places around the globe outside the Arab region. And we are open to create channels, not only physical movement, but also virtual movements that will generate the real value in the age of the fourth industrial revolution, the sharing economy model. We need to do this. We need to think of this. In the Union of Arab Chambers, we already started an ambitious program for digitalization, linking all the business people in the Arab region, the business opportunities, the challenges, the regulations, the obstacles, the customs, all the good and the bad aspects in one platform, and will be linked through our chambers here to the rest of the world. And we are in the process of developing this to utilize the benefits. You are welcomed, everybody, to attend in January 2019 the Economic Arab Summit, led by the Arab leaders, the presidents, the kings, the princes, will be held in Lebanon in January 2019. The Union of Arab Chamber will host one of the most important forums of this, which is the private sector forum. The private sector that counts for more than 75% of the GDP of the Arab countries. We need to create more links. We need to work together with a different model to achieve things that not yet achieved. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Secretary General. I think we all need to mark our calendars for January and come to Lebanon, which I had the honor and privilege to visit, and I really enjoyed it there, especially the people. I think I told the story last year already. I think we have a strong partner for your cause. Let's look at our next highly distinguished speaker. He has an extensive career as a senior economic and financial policymaker. As Vice Minister of Finance of the People's Republic of China and member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank for a decade, he was involved in setting and harmonizing fiscal, monetary, and industrial policies, and in supporting sound economic growth in China. He played a key role in China's cooperation with multilateral development organizations, such as the World Bank Group and the Asian Development Bank. Please welcome the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Mr. Li Yong.
Excellencies, representatives from Arab and EU institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you today at the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum Exhibition. I thank Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, City of Vienna, and the Regional Center for Renewable Energy Efficiency for organizing this event. The energy sector is undergoing a rapid fundamental transition. Over the years, UNIDO supported at least 22 of our Arab member states in adoption of sustainable policies, technologies, and solutions, in line with our mandate as a UN specialized agency to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We are working together with our European and Arab member states to support inevitable energy transition and associated industrial transformation through the promoting policy coherence, technology innovation, and integrated energy management system. With energy infrastructure shifting towards low carbon sources, new technologies, and with new players being brought into the market, UNIDO recognizes transformation towards a sustainable future has to be driven by innovators, entrepreneurs, and SMEs. In this context, I would like to mention the Private Financing Advisory Network, PFAN, hosted by UNIDO. The network facilitates and advises business in the development of investment-ready clean energy proposals and searches for appropriate counterparts among the financiers. It has been successful in supporting over 100 clean energy projects, thereby leveraging over $1.3 billion at the current stage of the investment. Another UNIDO flagship program is a Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, GCIP, which directly engages with the private sector to promote clean and sustainable energy solutions as business models by supporting growth of clean tech-based startups and SMEs in developing countries. Over the past 5 years, GCIP has supported more than 865 companies in 8 countries through its Clean Tech Business Acceleration Program. Colleagues, friends, we need a commitment and speed, also economies of scale in the changing patterns of international production, investment, and trade. Regional cooperation can be a cost-effective tool to accelerate and update the renewable energy and the energy efficiency markets in Arab region and globally. In this context, UNIDO takes leadership in the establishment of a coordination of the global network of the regional sustainable energy centers. In recent years, we have assisted a number of regional authorities, organizations in Africa and the small island states in the establishment of such centers. I'm very pleased to share with you the support, financial support of those centers actually from the Austrian government and the people. And in this connect, I would like to express my appreciation to Regional Center for Renewable Energy Efficiency for its leadership and excellent work within the global network of centers. And I also would like to congratulate Regional Center for Renewable Energy Efficiency on being awarded by the European Commission the role of the animator for the renewable energy and energy efficiency platform under the Union of the Mediterranean. Through our strong partnership, UNIDO hopes to further cooperate with the Regional Center of the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency to stimulate investment in the sustainable energy between Europe and the Arab region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, UNIDO is honored to contribute to the success of this event. The key messages of this forum will also be presented during our high-level conference on the regional cooperation to accelerate sustainable energy innovation and entrepreneurship in developing countries, co-organized by UNIDO and the Austrian presidency of the European Council on the 3rd of October. I would like to assure you that UNIDO stands ready to extend its expertise at the UN's Industrial Development Organization and armed to help advance sustainable and innovative industrial development in the European and the Arab region. In conclusion, colleagues, friends, I just would like to announce UNIDO is a strong partner of all of you. You are the strong partner of UNIDO. SDG Goal 17 is partnership. We will carry out the partnership, flagship, and working together with all of you, move our agenda forward. Thank you very much for invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director General, for joining us here today. I also look forward to seeing you again next week at the 3rd UNIDO Cities for Bridges event, which is also a high-level initiative by UNIDO of taking a closer look of what are the soft factors determining an attractive investment environment for sustainable cities. Thank you very much. Esteemed guests, we're not quite done yet. Now you look at me. Okay, what's next? It is now my sincere honor and my true pleasure to announce a very hardworking and very dedicated man. During his tenure, the Austro-Arab Chamber turned into a well-established and highly respected and recognized service institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary General of the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mahdi Allak.
Thank you very much, Sabine, and warm welcome from my side. I'm honored by the presence of our guests and honorable guests, and also the ambassadors, presidents, and representatives. Allow me, Secretary General Esterl, talking about barriers, to mention one issue that we have in the service organizations and also in the private sector. We witnessed in the recent months the data protection directives coming from the EU, and as a result of these data protection directives, we do have some issues addressing our invitees, and therefore you see some holes in the sitting places in this area. Normally it's fully booked, but this time, because of this initiative started this year, and I think we are not the only organization suffering about this data protection things. I hope next year we will be better, because everybody has to acknowledge his willingness to be part of the service organization, and it's really a very tough process that we went through and we are going through. Allow me to give you a short overview about our program. We will start in very short a ministerial level dialogue headed by our dear friend, His Excellency Dr. Khalid Hanafi, and then later we will have this first round of the high-level policy dialogue that we brought to Austria to be the kick-off city for this high-level quality, and we are very proud to have our partners. Then we will have a break. Afterwards, after the break, we will have two sessions. The one is the energy outlook, innovation and financial markets, and then a very important session is the smart urban management, how to implement innovation in that, and the exchange of that is very important. Then we have B2B, and it will be in the Nord Buffet from this side. It's on my right, your left side. By the way, our trip tomorrow has been canceled due to some difficulties we have to registration. May I now ask His Excellency Dr. Khalid Hanafi to lead the next panel and ask the following dignitaries: His Excellency Dr. Mustafa Al-Hiti, His Excellency Dr. Mahdi Allak, His Excellency Mr. Herbert Scheibner, and Mr. Andreas Schwinghagel from OMV to take the floor. Again, most welcome. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Enjoy the day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your place? We are starting the ministerial panel. السيدات والسادة، أرغب إليكم التوجه إلى المقاعد. سنبدأ بالجلسة الوزارية لو تكرمتم. تفضلوا. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, darf ich Sie darum bitten, Platz zu nehmen? Wir starten die ministerielle Diskussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going now to start our dialogue, our ministerial dialogue. And actually, the panel is really very rich panel and diversified. I have the honor to share my colleagues this panel. And I think the starting of the discussion would be based on the logic and the order, because we have our distinguished panelist today, Mr. Scheibner, who is going to talk about the platform of the business relations from a strategic perspective. And this is really based on his background as a former Minister of Defense and as a business person and CEO right now. So the floor is yours.
Should we go there or there?
No, as you like. Yeah. You can sit down now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we just discussed shortly whether we should make our presentation from here or from the seat, but when I hear this voice curtain, maybe it's better to stand up and to do it properly and with energy, what we have as one topic. But first of all, I want to refer to a very important sentence the Secretary General has done in his opening remarks, that we should change the cooperation between Europe and the Arab world from a single business cooperation to a more strategic cooperation, a political cooperation which includes everything, the society, culture, and also psychological items. And I think that is a very important issue. Even when we discuss today energy and all the things around, also I see my friend from Greece. I had the honor to be part of a very interesting conference some weeks ago in Athens about education. It's also an important thing of cooperation, because we see that sometimes if a country asks for investments, asks for support, then the company is searching for the circumstances in this country, and if there is a lack of education of the people, they have problems, because the investor, the foreign company, is not able to educate the people there from zero to the need they have, but they need skilled workers, they need educated peoples. And so this is a responsibility of the countries, and this is also a very important issue of bilateral cooperation between our two regions. And when we discuss about energy and about renewable energy, this is also one issue of this discussion and of these topics. In Austria, we have started the discussions decades ago. I was 25 years in politics, and I remember very properly the beginning of these discussions. It was not easy also to convince the people to support these ideas. And we have to pay for it. In our amount, what we pay for the energy is, and it is reasonable, we have a percentage for this renewable energy. Every consumer in Austria pays for the idea to produce more green energy. Although we have to say that even in future, and one of our partners here on the panel comes from the OMV, and we should not forget this, even in the future we need, most of our energy will come from the traditional resources like oil and gas. In Austria not, but for example in Germany also coal. And it's an interesting thing that in Austria, when we produce our energy, we have 75% percentage of renewables. But from the consumption, we have only 1/3 of the energy coming from renewables. So 2/3 of our consumed energy is coming from traditional sources. And that shows that we also have to import a lot of our energy. So also energy saving is an important issue, not only in Austria, but also abroad. So, and when we talk about renewables in Austria, we are very happy that a high percentage, 2/3 of our production comes from water energy. And I said, luckily we have to say thank you to the generations of our parents and grandparents, because in the 50s and in the 60s and in the 70s, they produced and built up a lot of water power plants. Now in the present it is much more difficult to build up new water power plants because of strict regulations and because of a lot of discussions in the public to destroy the nature and our environment with these power plants. And when we discuss about photovoltaic and wind, a lot of subventions and supports in this field, we have to discuss about efficiency, and we have to discuss about other things we need to make it efficient. For example, storage of energy. A lot of support and a lot of research has been done in the past for photovoltaic and wind energy, but only a few of these initiatives went to storage and also to make it more efficient, and also the transmission of the energy. So maybe we should concentrate on that. When I see, and also thermal insulation is an issue. We are very good here in Austria. We have a lot of experienced companies. When I discuss this with colleagues from Arab countries, I see they don't understand why they should invest right now a lot of money, maybe 20% of the costs of a building, for this efficiency and thermal insulation. Maybe this is also an issue to discuss, because you save energy in the future and you do something for the environment. We had a problem in the past with the subvention policy. We made, to my mind, the mistake that we didn't bind the subventions to European technology. So most of the technology, which was cheaper, came from Asia, and it destroyed a lot of companies here in Europe and also in Austria. Now, even we have a lot of smart inventions. I know a company here, or some companies, they have solar street lights, for example, very efficient. And I have seen one entrepreneur here, they invented a booth. You know, small booth, you can use it in desert, you can use it everywhere with solar panels, so they are independent and can produce their air condition and all of this electricity by themselves. So we have a lot of smart, small and mid-sized companies who research for themselves for smart solutions. But one I want to raise, in the end of my speech, is also to create projects. I see a lot of discussions, even in Arab countries, a lot of conferences about renewable energy and energy in general. But if you are coming as an investor, if you're coming as an entrepreneur, wanted to take part in a project, you need a business plan. You need a really trusty business development and project development. And sometimes the countries ask, well, come to us and we make it together. This is not, I think, a good example to start a joint project to develop a not easy technology in new areas. Because otherwise you make maybe a bad example like we have done it here in Europe with the light bulbs. We changed all these light bulbs because we were said, we were informed that the traditional one is cheap, but it is not efficient, and we should change it to some technology which costs double. And now we see it's not more efficient. It was marketing, an excellent marketing gag. But if you do it twice or more than that, then people will not trust in future for all these initiatives. So we have to do it properly, we have to do it concrete, and we have to show the people that investing and supporting in energy and renewable energy is a big and good contribution for the future and for next generations. And it could be a very good example of a strategic partnership, what we have discussed before, energy saving, energy production in efficient and in a good environment between Europe and the Arab countries. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you very much. It's working? Okay. Thank you very much for this address. It's really focused on the strategic orientation, which is, I believe, very important to start with when we talk about collaboration and when we talk about different models that will enable both parties to enjoy better results. Also, the highlight of the education is really important because we cannot talk about installing the technology without having the prerequisites for this, which I believe considered one of the most important factors. Also, the highlight for the renewable energy and its importance, regardless the instant cost reduction that could be viewed or perceived by the traditional methods of power, we need to go for the renewable system. Again, important emphasis highlighted regarding not only the production and distribution, but also how to store and keep the energy in order to be redistributed in the future. Finally, one of the, I believe, the most important factors is the business model. In some cases, the technology is available, but a new business model needs to be introduced. Again, I will borrow the experience of Egypt in this context when Egypt went through the problem of the power and electricity. One of the key success was changing the model, the economic model and the business model of dealing with the energy. And this attracted the foreign companies to come and invest, specifically like Siemens and other companies. So the business model sometimes is very important, side by side with the technology. So sometimes we need a sort of introduction to how to change the model, like offtake agreement, like the energy mix system and so on. This knowledge needed in some of the countries in the region. Thank you. Now we'll move to another speaker from the Arab side, which is Mr. Mustafa El-Haiti. He is from the Republic of Iraq, of course. He is in the Council of Ministries in the Reconstruction Fund for areas affected. And I believe that he's going to talk about the reconstruction with some source of presentation dedicated to this issue. And we insisted to have this sequence in order to have the logic coming from the panel and from the panelists for the idea. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, with all my respect to your position, good morning, and I do apologize. The magic of Vienna cannot be explained. That's why I lost some of my tone of voice. So I hope I can deliver the message the right way. First of all, I would like to start with a film about the severity of damage and in Mosul exactly before I'm going to talk about my presentation for the aim of the Reconstruction Fund. The film is going to take about 4.5 minutes, and then the rest of my talk is going to be for my presentation. So please.
لو تكلمنا ماذا فقدت جامعة الموصل بالمبالغ وبالأرقام، فمقدار الخسائر التي تكبدتها جامعة الموصل هي 500 مليار دينار عراقي. من هذا الموقع أوجه دعوة لكل الجهات المانحة ولكل الجهات الداعمة ولكل الجهات الممولة لسبب بسيط، أنه إعادة الجامعة هو إعادة الحياة لمدينة الموصل.
ظهر إصدار في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي وقيام عصابات داعش بتدمير المتحف بشكل كامل وما يحتويه من قطع أثرية ومن نفائس تمثل هوية وحضارة الموصل التي يعود تاريخها إلى 6000 سنة قبل الميلاد. نأمل ونطمح أن يكون دعم متكامل. أنا لا أتكلم عن دعم مادي فقط، وإنما أتكلم عن دعم لوجستي ودعم مادي ودعم كوادر، تدريب كوادرنا بكل ما يمكن تدريبه لإرجاع كل قطعة تم تدميرها وتم طمس معالمها.
النبي يونس تاريخ الموصل، حضارة الموصل وتاريخ الموصل هو هذا النبي يونس والمراقد والكنائس. والله شعور ما يوصف، تاريخنا قاعد يتهدم قدامنا وما نقدر نسوي شيء احنا. إذا عادت هذه المساجد والمراقد والكنائس وتعود المحبة والألفة داخل مدينة الموصل وتعايش سلمي، ونتمنى أن تعود هذه، نتمنى.
الموضوع اللي داعش استخدم انه يحرق المكتبة المركزية بالوقت اللي كان ممكن يطلع منها ويتركها، يعني لأن هي كتب موجودة بها كتب، لكن هو خاف انه اذا هذه الكتب راح تبقى بمعنى المدينة راح تبقى عريقة، تبقى مدينة قوية جدا. انه نستعيد الجامعة ونستعيد مكتبتها بمعنى انه ننجح باستعادة روح الموصل.
Thank you very much for your attention. This is just... Thank you again. This is just an example, a quick, what you call it, scene for Al-Mosul as the mostly damaged city in Iraq. Now, I would like to speak about the second part. You have seen, I mean, this film is produced by member of RECREEE, Reconstruction Fund. We are documented all these things. And who is RECREEE? RECREEE is the Reconstruction Fund, which is created by the Iraqi government in 2015. And the objective of this fund, really, RECREEE, is reconstruction and rehabilitation of all the areas affected by the invasion of Daesh or ISIS, rehabilitation of infrastructure, and compensating, which is a very important thing, the wasted development opportunity to achieve the national, social, and humanitarian objective of reconstruction. Next slide, please. Leila, the second slide. The strategy of the Reconstruction Fund, really, it is not just putting a brick over a brick. We don't need, or in fact, the idea, it is not the physical reconstruction. We are talking about it, our strategy. We need the cementing substance between two bricks is the soul of a human being. That's why we are looking for the human dimension is a very important dimension of rebuilding the cities. In 2007 and 2008, we reconstructed Fallujah and Tel Afar physically, but it fell in the hand of the terrorists within 2 hours because we didn't build really or develop the capacity and have what you call it, the citizenship of the relation of the people to defend their country. That's why the human dimension was taken in our strategy as an important fact, more than what you call it, just the physical reconstruction. So the human soul is the cementing material between one brick and another brick. The second thing is the economic cycle. It should be moved in those cities. They lost the opportunity of life and work for 40 years, and the damage is so severe. So go to human dimension, keep the economic cycle running, then the reconstruction altogether. I think this is the main strategy of reconstruction fund. Please, next slide, Laila. What's our sources? Resources of REFA2 is coming from the federal budget, allocated money, and from loans and grants. Loans, we are working with a loan from the World Bank, which was started in 2015 with 350 million. And then we had another additional finance in 2017, July, with another additional 400 million. And then we have another loan from German government, we call GCFI, German Credit Facility, with $500 million. We have another sources, which is the grants. We have a grant from the Kuwaiti government, or in fact, the Kuwaiti Fund for Economic Development with $100 million for the health sector. We have a small grant from Czech Republic for Hamdaniya, and we have from Republic of China, People Republic of China, a grant to supply machinery with equivalent to about, I think, 128 machinery, where approximately about $9 million. Another slide, please. Another one. Again, please. I gave you the slides. Quick. Yes, please. Another one? Okay. In the year 2016, really, we have implemented about 152 projects, mainly for water projects, with approximately $16 to $17 million. Between August 2017 and May 2018, we had the ability to implement about 60 projects completed, 97 of them, 50%. Now it is more than that. And the allocated money for these, about 76 approximately $1 million. This is from the federal budget. Another slide, please. The Iraqi government, with the help of the World Bank, in order to go for the International Kuwait Conference for Reconstruction and Investment in Iraq, we had to have a real database. That's why the World Bank, the Iraqi Ministry of Planning, REFA2, and Reconstruction Fund of Kuwait, we had what you call it, the damage and need assessment. I'm going to go through this document, which is very important and reliable document, that the damage is, as you can see, in the housing needs, we need about 16 billion. And for cultural heritage and tourism, about 858 million. And for the productive sector is about 5 billion US dollar, agriculture 2.1, and so on. At the end of the day, the total money needed for Iraq between 88 to 90 billion dollars. For the Iraqi economy now, the prices of oil, we cannot raise this money at all. That's why we directed the conference in Kuwait in two directions: reconstruction and investment. And we think from the Iraqi attitude that if we can split it in two sectors, it means 50% of the money needed from the DNA is going for investment, and the other one for the infrastructure can be generated in a way or another from the Iraqi budget and the grants taken from other parts. And in fact, we have as well planned, next please, Leila, next. We have a short-term and medium-term kind of reconstruction for these billions of dollars needed. Next slide, please. I cannot go through all the projects, which is about 400 projects really now ongoing in Iraq, which comes from the federal budget. Next, those photos, the other, quickly go through the photos, please. These are before and after reconstruction. Can you please go through quickly? Quickly, please. So this is the kind of a project executed by the Iraqi government, and with the other monies coming from the World Bank, there is another project. At the end of my speech, the needs is high. Mr. Khalid, the chairman, while he was speaking, he was inspiring me by some kind of thoughts. We have to change from the traditional trading system, from demand and supply, which was used in Iraq for a long time, to a transfer of technology. It means investment. Investment, it means integration of the world community, which means harmonization of the societies. Transferring of technology is not buying a machine. I don't think Iraq needs those machines. We need the system. We need our generation, whom they are for a quite long time, since 1980s, during to embargo imposed in Iraq, and then from 2003 till now, our young people were separated from other parts of the world. So what's going in here, the system of the work, the behavior in the work, the behavior in everything, in our needs, as you see, we need to harmonize the world community. A new generation will understand what's going on in what you call it, the advanced, or what we call it, the advanced, or number one, they call it communities, in order to bridge the gap, and there will be no hatred and no more ISIS to be in those countries. If we upgrade, or what we go for, soft educational revolution in those areas, really they will understand what the other part of the world is thinking. And by this new, what you call it, kind of trading system, which is the investment, we can build another side of the world which is complementary and integrated to what we call the north part of the hemisphere. And thank you very much.
Highlighting the damage, the distortion that existed, clarifying the needs exactly in a clear quantitative method by $90 billion, having different approach, which is splitting the need between the constructions or reconstruction in infrastructure and investment, seeking a new strategy so the consistency is very clear here. When we talk about changing the approach, it's the same, that the need is not just to buy the machine, the need is to have the know-how, the technology, the education, again and again. The story is not just relying on the simple trade, traditional classical method. Thank you very much. Now we are going to switch to Mr. Shivinks Haki. I'm so sorry. I'm trying all the time during my sitting here in the panel to re-pronounce it, but I failed at the end. I'm so sorry. He's Senior Vice President, Supply and Trading, and I think that he's going to talk about the energy transmission. So the floor is yours. I'm sorry again.
Good morning also from my side. Thank you very much. So what I learned, and it's not the first time, that if I'm going to make business in the Arabic world, I have to change my name, or at least just use my first name, because that's an easy one. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do first is just briefly give you an overview on OMV, the company I'm working for, and also then referring to the topics we have been touching before. OMV is the largest stock-listed Austrian company, and we are in the oil business, oil and gas business, in the energy business for over 60 years. We are fully integrated. Next, please. And the next as well. So we are a fully integrated company covering upstream, downstream, and gas business. And we have on the upstream side defined core regions. And one of these core regions is the Middle East, so covering most of the Arabic world. And that's where we are putting a lot of focus, and we are looking for strategic partnerships to stay there for longer time. On the downstream side, we are operating 3 refineries, one in Austria, the one you're seeing when you're landing at the Viennese airport. And we have heard a few times today that the quality of living in Vienna is the best in the world, and I think not by accident, because there has been a lot of investments made also from our industry to protect the environment, to protect the air from pollution by putting a lot of money in our assets in order to have a sustainable business model. Next. The way, and that's the philosophy we are having as a company, is we are going to countries to cooperate with the largest and strongest local company there. And we have a long-lasting experience with Russia, for instance, for over 50 years. We are almost 40 years in Libya, having a very strong and sustainable partnership with the local oil company, and we have almost 20 years of cooperation, strategic cooperation with ADNOC Mubadala in the Emirates. So our philosophy is to find a strong partner, and not just to trade, but really to invest and develop such a partnership. We are also looking for opportunities elsewhere outside the countries I just mentioned, definitely also in Iraq, where I have been traveling a few times personally, and I saw the unimaginable amount of destruction and the effort your people make to rebuild this. And we would really like to be one of the partners, because I believe OMV can contribute quite a lot to the reconstruction to these countries, also in view of a sustainable energy future. Next, please. So what we believe is that, and that's the figures you're seeing here are the figures from OPEC. There will be similar figures available also from EAA and from other sources, predicting the energy consumption. The future energy consumption will primarily dominated also for the coming decades by fossil fuels, being it coal, being it gas or oil. So I think even if we all agree on the ultimate target to have a fossil-free environment and future, there's definitely something in between. And what we all agree as well is to do the big steps first, meaning trying to use the possibility and the solutions we already have to reduce the emissions and to come up with a more environmental friendly environment. And if we are going to the next page, what you will see is everybody's talking about e-mobility. Yes, of course, e-mobility will come. It will come in the big cities first, but it will not solve our problems. It will be part of the solution, but it can never be the solution, because the business model behind we are seeing currently is not a sustainable one. If we are just looking at the examples of Norway or Denmark, once you are cutting the subsidies, the run on e-mobility is over. So what we have to come up with is a very sustainable business case for the transition. So we are all businessmen here, and if we are not able to come up with something which is a business, the transition will not work. I think that's the essence of what I can tell you today. And in order to establish something like that, you need the partnerships. And maybe on the next slide. So, and the next one. What OMV is going to do, and that's just a few offers out of our portfolio to facilitate this transition from the carbon-rich to a less carbon future, is to provide storage facilities for the power produced by wind or solar in terms of oxygen, for instance, because the biggest problem is the transmission and the storage of renewable energy. And I believe the oil and gas industry can come up right now with a solution for this problem. There might be not 100% green electricity and a green hydrogen, but there might be a greening, a process of greening the hydrogen. And that's something where we are able to provide assistance and able to provide solutions. But the activity on the oil and gas field are going far beyond that. If we are looking at co-processing, that means we are using waste-based vegetable oils, waste-based cooking oil, to bring it into our processing facilities to make transportation fuels out of that. I believe that's something that will have a future, also in 100 years from now. And I think the ultimate goal, and that's something where I believe OMV has a very good, made a very good progress in, is to have some kind of cycle. We are producing oil and gas. We are processing oil and gas. We are converting this to high-value products such as plastics. But then what next? collect these plastics and bring it back to the processing cycle. I think that's what we have to look for. And OMV just opened a new plant in Schwechat refinery where we can process plastics and make out of the plastics, of the waste plastic, new oil, which goes into the refining system. If we are able to close this cycle, I think we will be very, very close to a very sustainable energy future. And I believe that's something where we can offer a lot of partnership and a lot of knowledge also to the countries we are looking and talking for right at this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarenhacki, Andreas, for your presentation and actually illustrating in different ways for dealing with the energy problem and relying on some waste and some even plastic and some issues that might not be very familiar to our region. So the change in the energy mix, the transition that you're talking about is really welcome. Thank you very much. And at the end, we're going to move to the last speaker today in this panel, Dr. Mahdi Allak and Al-Allak, okay, from Iraq. He is the Secretary General of the Council of Ministries in Iraq. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, my speech is about one of the most recent and important decision taken by the Ministers' Council. Unfortunately, it is in Arabic and is still under the translation, so I'm sorry, I will speak in Arabic to refer to the main features of this decision. واحدة من محاور البرنامج الحكومي للحكومة الحالية هو تشجيع القطاع الخاص والاستثمارات المحلية والأجنبية. ولكن بصراحة وبتقييم موضوعي إن ما تحقق على هذا الطريق كان محدوداً جداً. وقد قمنا في الأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء بعقد سلسلة لقاءات مع عدد من رجال الأعمال والمستثمرين الأجانب بشكل خاص للوقوف على أسباب التردد في الولوج إلى قطاع الاستثمار داخل العراق، على الرغم من أن هناك إمكانات كبيرة للاستثمار في كل محافظات العراق. لم تعد هناك محافظات ساخنة وأخرى آمنة. بعد تحرير المحافظات الأربعة أصبح العراق بشكل عام آمن، والبيئة التمكينية لقطاع الاستثمار متاحة. وكما بين زميلي دكتور مصطفى أن هناك مئات الفرص أعلنت في مؤتمر الكويت لغرض الاستثمار. وبصراحة تلقينا عدد من العروض أو الموافقات من حوالي 17 شركة أجنبية وعربية، وفعلا وقعوا مذكرات تفاهم ووقعوا أيضا اتفاقات مع الهيئة الوطنية للاستثمار. ولكن ما زلنا نعتقد بأن هناك إمكانات كبيرة لدخول الشركات الأجنبية إلى العراق. أنا أستغل مناسبة هذا المنتدى لأشير إلى أهمية التعاون في هذا المجال، وأن يتبنى الملتقى الاقتصادي العربي النمساوي هذه الوثيقة لكي يستفيد من معطياتها ويحاول أن يفتح الأبواب على إطار واضح في موضوع الاستثمارات. من الأمور المهمة التي أقرها مجلس الوزراء في هذا المجال تنشيط الإجراءات الإدارية لعمليات الاستثمار وتسهيلها. وهناك عدد كبير من القرارات لا يتسع المجال لذكرها، ولكنني أعد بأنني سأقدم النص الإنجليزي خلال أيام لإدارة الملتقى. وربما واحدة من أهم هذه الجوانب هو تأسيس حاضنة للاستثمار بصلاحيات واضحة وتتخطى بذلك الروتين الحكومي، وأيضا أتمتة الإجراءات وحوكمتها، وتقديم تسهيلات كبيرة فيما يتعلق بالاستيراد وعدم المطالبة بتصديق شهادات المنشأ والفواتير وجوانب أخرى تتعلق بالإجراءات الجمركية، وأيضا في قضايا الفحص والتقييس والسيطرة النوعية. وأود بهذا المجال أن أكرر أن هذه التوصيات جاءت بناء على طلبات الشركات الأجنبية نفسها بما تعاني من مشكلات في إطار الدخول في قطاع الاستثمار. أيضا هناك توصيات أخرى أقرتها الحكومة تتعلق بالتعرفة الجمركية، وهناك إشارات إلى تسهيل الإجراءات في المنافذ الحدودية، وكذلك أتمتت الإجراءات الحكومية والعمل جاري على الدخول بهذا الجانب بقوة لكي يكون العمل شفاف ونزيه. وأيضا هناك إعادة نظر بموضوع التسعيرة أو التعرفة الجمركية نفسها. أيضا من المحاور المهمة التي أقرت في إطار تشجيع الاستثمار هو موضوع تسهيلات في التعاقدات الحكومية، وفي هذا الجانب أجريت تعديلات على بدلات الإيجار وعلى المدد الزمنية للبدلات الإيجار أو للمساطحة، وكذلك إعادة النظر بنصوص مهمة في بعض القوانين بما في ذلك العمل على تغيير جنس الأرض. تعرفون أن العراق بلد زراعي، كانت غالبية أراضيهم مسجلة كأراضي زراعية، ولذلك في القطاع الصناعي كثيرا ما نواجه هذه المشكلة عندما تقرر التصاميم الأساسية أن هناك مناطق محددة تصلح لأن تكون مجمعات أو مدن صناعية، ولكنها تواجه مسألة جنس الأرض. لذلك الحقيقة القرار تضمن تسهيلات كبيرة في تغيير جنس الأراضي من استخدامات الزراعية إلى استخدامات أخرى. وربما يسأل أحد هل تعزف الدولة في العراق عن القطاع الزراعي؟ أنا أقول بأن الكثير من الأراضي الزراعية لم تعد صالحة للزراعة لأسباب عديدة، منها بشكل خاص شحة المياه وضعف إنتاجية الأرض، ولذلك التكامل مع القطاع الصناعي يعد قضية أساسية. أيضا كانت هناك شكاوى من المستثمرين تتعلق بسمات الدخول، ولذلك صدرت مجموعة من القرارات المهمة التي تتعلق بتسهيل هذا الجانب لكي تكون الإجراءات أكثر سهولة وانسيابية. وفي إطار آخر تناول القرار جانب ملف الضرائب، وهذا الموضوع أيضا كان يشكل واحدة من التحديات التي تواجه قطاع الاستثمار، ولذلك جرى العمل على تفعيل بعض نصوص قانون الاستثمار التي توفر أرضية مناسبة لموضوع الضرائب وإعادة النظر بها بما في ذلك التحاسب الضريبي. الموضوع المهم الآخر الذي جرى أو تم اتخاذ قرارات مناسبة بشأنه هو الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص. صحيح أن لدينا قانون لم يشرع في مجلس النواب حتى الآن، ولكن الحقيقة الدولة أو الحكومة استطاعت أن تصدر نظاماً للشراكة مع القطاع الخاص يتعلق بتسهيل الإجراءات المتعلقة بموضوع الشراكة. وأود أن أشير بهذا الجانب إلى قضية أساسية أختم بها كلامي تتعلق بقضية الشراكة في القطاع الخاص فيما يتعلق بقطاع الصناعة بشكل خاص. تعرفون أن العراق كان ينتهج الاقتصاد المركزي، الاقتصاد الاشتراكي، وعند تحول النظام السياسي إلى اقتصاد السوق وإلى النظام الديمقراطي واجهنا مشكلة كبيرة، وهي وجود ترهل كبير في القطاع الصناعي الحكومي، وهو قطاع غير ربحي. ولذلك عندما واجهنا الأزمة أو الضائقة المالية بعد انهيار أسعار النفط، كانت هناك مشكلات حقيقية حتى في دفع مرتبات وأجور العاملين في القطاع الصناعي الحكومي لأنه قطاع خاسر. ولذلك أجرت الحكومة دراسة موضوعية تتعلق بواقع القطاع الصناعي الحكومي، وقدمت توصيات جريئة للحكومة تتعلق بإعادة هيكلة هذا القطاع. ولذلك في مؤتمر الكويت أعلن عن إمكانية الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص الأجنبي والوطني من أجل تفعيل المشاريع الصناعية الكبرى المنتشرة في كل المحافظات. ولذلك أنا أكرر مرة أخرى الدعوة إلى الالتفات إلى قضية الشراكة مع الحكومة بإطار إعادة تأهيل القطاع الصناعي. لدينا كما تعرفون صناعات تحويلية كبيرة مرتبطة بتوفر المواد الأولية ولا سيما النفط، بما يتطلب ذلك من النهوض بقطاع الصناعات البتروكيماوية، وكذلك لدينا مواد أولية أخرى تخدم قطاع التعدين والقطاع الاستخراجي في جوانب أخرى. أنا يعني بهذا الكلام أختم، ولكنني أعتقد بأن مسألة الدخول إلى القطاع الاستثماري في العراق تعد علامة مهمة من علامات التفاعل والفائدة المتوقعة من إقامة مثل هذه المنتديات. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahdi. The presentation actually took us in a tour regarding the Iraqi economy, but at the end of the day addresses the same issue, which is changing the business model, going through the business-private partnership, having utilization of the existing resources at home, not just relying on specific classical traditional trade pattern. I'm really honored by being among the distinguished panelists today, and I thank the attendees and the participants, of course the organizers again, and everybody here for this forum. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without having a break, because we are running time, may I ask Dr. Our friends, Dr. Ahmad Badr, Executive Director of RECREEE, to chair the next panel. Dr. Ahmad, please come in. So, wo sind Sie? Wo sind Sie? Bitte, Moment. Wo sind die Leute, die... Ja, du da. Bitte, wir wollen Stühle. Wo sind Sie da?
Can we adjust the seats, please? Machst du den aus mit dem Facebook oder ich?
Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also inform you that this conference is live streamed on our Facebook sites. So if your colleagues who could not be with us now would like to see and also join this conference virtually, they are invited to do so. Just please visit our Facebook site, which is www.facebook.com/AACC.ENG for English, or Arab for the Arabic version. There you will find the live stream link, inshallah, for this conference to join and see the presentations and the panels live streamed. Thank you very much for this.
So, Dr. Ahmad, تفضل.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that we are running late for almost 30 minutes, but we still have 75 minutes. I hope that will be enjoying for you. The session we're talking about is, in a very simple terms, will be very interactive. We would like to follow the same procedures that's happening in most of time, not all of time, of World Energy Council and Chatham House. So again, it's very interactive. Let me quote His Excellency Dr. Khalid when he talked about there is a need to change the business model. The business model actually is changing, following the market dynamics in sustainable energy in the region. That's basically what we are going to discover by numbers, by facts, by figures, and then the discussion, and we will end up by saying what we're doing today, because actually today it's not about an event, it's about serious discussion that we will come up with some conclusions, that this conclusion will be followed by next steps. So our panelists will continue with us for a year time as the mandate we have from the European Union that again we are going to share with all audience. So before we start, actually, there is a very 1 minute video that we prepared just to let you know what we are going to discuss. So let's look for the video for 1 minute and then we continue our panel. Sorry, we planned actually to have it with some kind of associated music, but I think there is some kind of technology that it doesn't fit here, so I'm apologizing for that. So let me just try to be more concrete about what we're talking today. Before calling for the keynote speakers, there are two big differences in what we are going to present today. Most of the time, for all previous discussions, I would say events, it's basically about a set of specific audience. They talk about what's it about renewable energy, what's about sustainable energy, how the investment will take place. However, starting 2011, the overall perspective has been changed in the southern Mediterranean countries. It's simply because the concept and the approach for renewable energy started to take two different turning points. Number one, phasing out subsidy. This is a key issue. The second is the introduction of private sector to come and to step in. And when we come to talk about private sector, we have to notice one thing. There is a big difference in the business model that's taking place in Europe and most of the countries in the States and even in the other region like East Pacific region or Southeast Asia, and what's happening in our region. Meaning that if you look for the other countries, you will find simply, or the other regions, that there is two big hands moving together for private sector investments. One for large utility scale and the other for a small and medium scale. This is not typically what's happening in our region. What's happening in our region is simply for large utility scale. And I would say that in terms of comparing experiences, we can see simply that the region is doing successfully if it's compared to others. Let's talk for the spearhead countries was basically Morocco, then Jordan, then Egypt. Egypt took 3 years to build its bankable PPA, so developers coming, where are they going? For Jordan, it almost took 2.5 years. Same for Morocco. It took more than that in Europe. If we start with Germany, it took more. So it's moving very well. But actually, if you put in the same level of reference on the racing time, how the tariff is going down, we can see that in the region, it's almost going aggressively down with the prices. This is not a healthy phenomenon. I believe that my colleagues from DFIs will basically talk about it. So there is a stagnation that's coming very soon at the large utility scale. Why stagnation is taking place? It could be cost of capital. It could be technology advancing. It could be lack of standardization for accessing the market specifically by the manufacturer. I think these issues we need to know from the audience around the panel. I wouldn't take longer from your time, but just one final issue. Let's carefully listen to how the interventions by our panelists, and at the end we'll tell you what is the whole idea behind. But before that, even I would like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Ashraf Kredi, who will basically give a 10 minutes presentation about the situation in the region and how we are moving forward with the policy dialogue as it will be mandated, as we know after that by European Commission. Thank you very much. Ashraf, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed, and also I would like to thank all the participants of today and all the guests that responded to our invitation to this high-level policy dialogue. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you, and special thank to the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce and the City of Vienna for hosting us here. My presentation will give an idea about what's going on in the region and why this initiative is being out and is being running now for the next year and beyond. So I will start introducing our organization. We are an intergovernmental organization with 17 member states in the Arab region, 17 of 22 states of the League of Arab States. And we are focusing on creating a transaction in the energy era to the next level of the energy generation. So who we are. In 2013, we prepared our business plan focusing on increasing the share of renewable energy in efficient energy systems. In 2017, we wanted to update the business plan, and we recognized that renewable energy, energy efficiency, or sustainable energy is not anymore a share. It is a very essential part of the future development at the social and economic level, not only at energy perspective. So the mission and vision of the center has been updated to introduce ourselves as a regional center, strategic partner of the Arab region, contributing to the energy transition for better life of our people. We had 5 areas that we call them as a success factors. The first one is being varied, so our partnership. The second one is being connected. The third one is also being trusted and to grow with our assignments and also to sustain our business. So let's talk about the Arab region. Our region have a very interesting characteristics in terms of energy. So in spite of we have 55% and 24% of oil and gas reserve worldwide, we have a very varied picture if we look at the countries. So moving from per capita electricity consumption, 16,000 or almost a little bit more in Qatar, to 180 kilowatt hour per capita consumption in Yemen, showing how big is the gap between the energy consumption in different countries. So we are not talking about almost or ultimate rich country with resources. We are talking about a huge difference between pattern of consumption and pattern of life from the west to the east. At the same time, poverty rates are still one of the highest in the world in some of our countries like Sudan and Yemen. If we look at the climate risk, the Arab region is the fourth of the world's 20 most water scarcity region. It is the region that have 6% annual internal water resources. So with the world average should be about 38%. So we are behind the world average with about 32. 40% is the annual deforestation rates. 15% is the decrease in water resources compared with the average of 1960. 3% is the annual population growth rate, which is add also on this crisis, that because the demand is growing and 90% of the land lies in arid or semi-arid and humid lands, so no more potential for further development. We work always in the analysis of the markets. And if we look at this slide, this is the product that we started in 2013, analyzing the market in terms of renewable energy and energy efficiency. And it shows the rank of the progress in field of renewable energy. But we can see 71, we can see 63. If we look at the other curve, we see how far our countries are still from the targets announced before. So when 10 years ago, when we were talking about a target of 2020, so it was, 10 years gap, so 2020 could be approachable. We are in 2018 now, so 2020 is just after 2 years, 1.5 years, and we're still so much behind the targets we announced. So the targets have been say renewed, but the potential of work is very big. Meeting Paris Agreement, all or most of the Arab countries announced even INDCs or NDCs. And these NDCs now is a guide for us and also for all other organizations to focus on areas for future work. Actually, we analyzed these NDCs and we reached out a matrix of measures that should be focused on in the future. And this matrix is guided by the targets that have been announced for CO2 reduction or emission reduction in each NDC. And 8 of the 20 countries that have published their NDCs and INDCs announced the cost. And the cost announced by only these 8 countries is about 150 billion US dollars to be spent on different fields to reduce CO2 emissions till 2035. Actually, if we look at the situation of climate finance in the region, we can see that only a few countries have benefited from climate finance, and mainly Morocco and Egypt in the top of this finance. And only mitigation, or most of the finance went to mitigation procedure, not the adaptation procedure. The total finance that have been tackled this area is about 1.2 billion. And these are the entities contributed to the finance. And the top there is the CTF, the Climate Technology Fund of the World Bank, and then the Global Environmental Facility and other funds contributed to the finance. Over and above, our region is still one of the most or the least region received climate finance to support energy sector. So this shows that from 2003 till 2017, the total amount received to fight climate change mitigation through energy sector is 1.2 billion, out of needed 150 billion US dollars announced in the indices. So the potential for future finance is very, very big, and the potential of work is also very, very big. And that's why we had the idea of having the high-level policy dialogue. So the policy dialogue is the place where we are planning to bring all the partners and the stakeholders around one table to discuss how to fill this potential, how to fill this gap of financing to implement the projects that have been announced and listed by the indices in the countries. So we will start by interacting between the stakeholders, which is we will start today, moving to highlighting, analyzing the energy context, then building the partnership, then availing local connections to be able to go for analyzing the situation and identify the projects, identify also the plans, and then working on the bankability, accessing the finance, and then implementing the plans. So this is the skeleton of how the policy dialogue partners will work. The stakeholders that should make a difference in this dialogue are 5 groups. So starting from the people who thinks, who creates, and the people who prepare the platform for the dialogue to work, the think tanks and the organization working on this field. Also the financing institutions and banks, which we are so lucky to have very distinguished representatives from banks in the dialogue, the governments, who are the main receiver of the support, the private investors, and also the enabling bodies and communities represented by the international communities. So the key stakeholders we have today for the high-level policy dialogue, starting from governments, we have the honor of having Egypt, Palestine, Netherlands, Austria, and yes, the next, okay. And also the international banks and financing institutions. We have the ISDB, the FMO, the AFDB, the OFID, the OPEC Fund, the Austrian Control Bank, the Rafidin Bank from Investor. We have Siemens, Schneider, NL, and the Arab-German Chamber. And for regional organization, we have also the UFM, OME, Madaner, and the Brain 21 from UN organization, UNIDO, UNEP, UNDP, and UN Electric, which is our UNOPS. So now we have the idea of having 4 stages of the dialogue. The first one is the inauguration, which is being done today here. So the second one is to gather forces and to define the roles and the responsibilities of the joining partners. The next one is to align these forces and to identify the challenges and the opportunities we have. And the last one, or the final one, according to the current plan, is to go with outcomes and go to the ministers' level, talking about future projects. And this is what we are thinking about. We have the Ministerial Council of the UFM, we have the Arab Ministerial Council, but it's not about giving messages, it's about delivering projects. This is the aim we are looking at. So as we already announced in the concept note, this is the statement that our distinguished speakers will highlight or will comment on. Scaling up sustainable energy investments needs multi-stakeholders intervention. Governmental support, technology intervention, and financing. The three pillars are essential for impactful and productive progress to mitigate climate change in the Mediterranean region. So, do we see this sentence the same? Thank you very much.
Just would like to, couple of issues would like to highlight. It's really very important to highlight. Again, the idea is not to come up at the end with an event, but I assure you that among the speakers, we are started to work on identifying real large utility scale bankable projects to work together around how these projects would be accessed by the relevant financial institution. This is not the aim only, but also to have these projects already signed in the term of PPA. This is a game changer. This is a changing model that His Excellency Dr. Khalid was talking about. In the past, what was the model? Simply, IFIs coming to the government saying, we have this plan, this strategy. It's what we call it financial driven or demand driven. No, it's not anymore like that, but it's about matching between the client driven for development by private sector. This is a key word. And now the idea of going for sovereign loans is not anymore the case. Very less sovereign loans except for some kind of emergency case, because simply there is a very important number. A month ago, a development or an assessment have been taking place for 6 multilateral development banks: World Bank, African Development Bank, EBRD, Asian Development Bank, and European Investment Plan, and shows the following, that what is needed in terms of investment is a very surprising number until 2030, which is Paris Agreement validation date, $30 trillion. What have been planned by the IFIs is almost not more than 800 billion. So there is no number to compare here. So what does it mean? Meaning that the main mission for combating climate change will be basically private sector and only private sector. And here we go, this is basically the key message. Private sector has to come in, and to come and to invest in the region. It's not about going to a government with regulatory body saying, I'm ready to invest. No, they need to know about geopolitical risk. They need to know about access to finance, to know about cost of capital, to know how to compete, avoid stagnation. And again, I repeat this word because I believe my colleagues will talk about. Don't want to take a lot, but basically to invest in the 1 hour and a half. Just to let you know that today we are setting the scene for the high-level policy dialogue. So the real dialogue will start in January in Barcelona, as we will brief you at the end of the session. But now let me start with the 4 keynote speakers who will give some kind of snapshots how each of the key 4 actors for the market dynamics in the MENA region is looking at it. So for the side of the government, we picked up Egypt. So we'd like to have Mr. Mohammed Al-Sisi, the CFO of the, or the 5, I think that we were expecting one not to come, but actually came at the end. So we start with Mr. Mohammed Al-Sisi, the CFO of the Egyptian Transmission Electricity Company, or the off-taker, the transmission system operator, to speak on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Shakir, who really promised to come, and we prepared for that, but at the end, Mr. Sisi will apologize on his behalf. Mr. Sisi, floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First, I would like to convey the best wishes of the Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy, Dr. Mohammed Shakir, for a successful event. And he sincerely apologizes for not being able to be among with us today due to an unavoidable commitment, and thus delegating me with this great honor to addressing such a distinguished gathering. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today in the 10th Arab-Austrian Economic Forum on Energy Transition, Arabian Technology, and Sustainable Cities. New opportunity for international cooperation and partnership. I'd like to express the deepest appreciation for inviting Egypt to participate in this important event. We participate not only because of the strong relation between the power sector in Egypt and the RECREEE, but also to announce that Egypt's readiness to participate effectively in large-scale development of clean energy and energy efficiency within the high-level policy dialogue approach. Dear guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Egypt needs a powerful and reliable energy system to support its long-term sustainable economic development that leads to the importance of setting a new strategy of electricity sector based on providing the needed electricity for socio-economic growth, consistent supply of electricity within economical operational standards, diversify of energy mix from all resources, encourage the private sector participation in generation and distribution, develop the national grid to cope with the generation added from all the different resources technologies. You all know that Egypt is located in the middle point of three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, which enable it to act as a transcontinental country. Regional electrical interconnection could play a significant role in strengthening power security over the medium and the long term. So Egypt participating effectively in all regional electrical interconnection projects in order to position its role as energy hub and a nodal point between Europe, Asia, and the African continent. Consequently, we move to a new sustainable development phase. This includes ensuring security of supply, affording financial sustainability, improving power sector institutional setup, and developing the electricity and renewable energy sector. The Supreme Council of Energy approved the Integrated Sustainable Energy Strategy 2035, which depends on the optimal scenario that achieve the required energy balance in Egypt. Energy strategy is being reviewed to increase the participation of renewable energy in the power mix in Egypt to reach 46%. Renewable energy law was issued in December 2014 to encourage generation the electricity from renewable energy sources through different schemes, such as FIT scheme, EPC plus finance, PO, IBB, competitive bidding, and auctions now. Also, a new electricity law was issued in July 2015 to allow the price of market to enable investors to build and operate his own plant and sell its generated electricity directly to the consumer. In this regard, let me talk to you about out of the paper that now in Egypt we have a big, small village near to Aswan called Bimban. We have the biggest solar farm in the world. In this village, its capacity is about almost 2 gigawatt solar farm. I'd like to address that Egyptian transmission company has established the 4 substations, and we are far ahead of the investors. So our grid now is ready to receive any power for investors. So we invite all the private sector to come and invest in solar energy in Egypt. I'd like also to seize the opportunity to invite all renewable energy developers and invite the renewable project in Egypt and sell the produced electricity through international electrical interconnection to countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Last but not least, allow me to express again my personal thanks and appreciation to Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency for the sincere cooperation and look forward to strengthening our fruitful relation for welfare of our commitments. At the end, I would like to thank the Australian government for hosting this nice event in nice place, a nice city in Vienna. Thank you for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sisi. Will come a lot as Egypt is the second largest economy. Our next speaker, who's representing the private sector, who is very famous, very international, recognized professional. He received several awards for European performance, and also his member board of Arab-German Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of German Qatari Business Associations. Mr. Jorgen, floor is yours.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you very much for introducing me. Actually, I'm wearing several hats today. I happen to be a member of the board of WARFA, the Arab-German Chamber of Commerce and Industries. I see Secretary General Abdulaziz Al-Mikhlafi, my friend, who is sitting here. So I'm happy to represent WARFA. At the same time, I'm a businessman. I'm representing a company that's in business consultancy. We are introducing German companies to the Arab market and vice versa, introducing Arab institutions, companies in the German market. And the third hat I'm having on today is actually I'm a member of the board of German CSP, means this is the Industrial Association of Concentrated Solar Power. And if you would allow me to do so, I would like to make some remarks concerning the importance of one of the major solar sources, CSP, which sometimes is considered to be only a niche technology. But what we are facing now, I mean, we are at a tipping point of renewable energy. Recently, $700 billion have been spent overall for the conventional fossil energies. But at the same time, $300 billion have been spent for renewable energies already. When I say we are at a tipping point, I think we can expect that these two figures, spending money for renewables and spending money for fossil fuels, will always be the same in the very near future. Of course, politics matter. Why? To establish a new technology always means the new technologies have to be sidelined by politics and by public funds. Otherwise, it won't work. This is how it has been with oil and gas. This is how it has been with nuclear energy. And of course, this is the way it has to be, has been, and still will be with renewable energy. So public money funds the list of institutions that are doing this kind of job we have seen here represented already. So, but we are not in the phase of just research and development, as everybody who is in the room here knows. We are about to establish a completely new scene of renewable energies, and we've had a tremendous success just recently in Morocco, when Morocco awarded a new technology to become one of the major technologies when it comes to solar. For the first time within this framework of the Moroccan solar plan, Plan Solaire Marocain, the Mazen, the institution in Morocco, the state institution, awarded a combined cycle of photovoltaic and concentrated solar power. It's a big project in the city of Midelt. It's about 400 megawatts, and it will be a kickstart for this combined cycle, this hybrid power plants, photovoltaic, and CSP. Why is this remarkable? it has always been considered that these two technologies don't work together well. Photovoltaics and CSP always seem to be enemies. And the photovoltaic came out with a big success because the prices for the modules became so cheap because the Chinese were able to lower the prices by highly subsidizing them and selling them to the world market. And everybody, I just started to speak. You won't interrupt me, no? Let me go into it because it's really remarkable. Allow me 5 more minutes. I came here from Germany to tell this success story, so please allow me to go into it a little bit. But nowadays we can combine CSP, which has always been considered a little bit more expensive, by combining the two positive sides of these technologies. As everybody knows, photovoltaic is cheap, but it's only collecting the sun when the sun shines. Concentrating solar power is able to deliver energy when the sun does not shine and when there's a sandstorm, because it's able to store the energy in tanks. And to combine this technology is the breakthrough for solar, because nowadays it's not only possible to combine photovoltaics and gas, but to combine two solar technologies, CSP and photovoltaics. The prices the Moroccans have got, or have set from the consortium built of the French company EDF and the German company, German-Spanish company TSK Fluxol is not known yet, but it must be remarkable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have won. And we've seen another example in Dubai, where they have awarded the DEVA 4 project. It's the largest CSP project in the world at 7.3%. So everybody would guess that this project in Midelt in Morocco will be about maybe 7 to 9%. So it's a competitive solution to combine these technologies because it's dispatchable. You can feed it into the grid as a baseload energy. It has a large storage capacity in Morocco for 5 hours, and you can make it even more, and you can scale it up to 400, 500, and even more megawatts. So the benefits are PV provides the lowest cost electricity during the day, CSP provides electricity after sunset, and the share of CSP and photovoltaics might be between 25 to 60% to have the best price. We have to find out which will be the optimal solution, and I'm absolutely sure we're in a breakthrough situation that everybody will be able to transparently find out what will be the best solution. I thank you so much for granting me the chance to just shortly introduce to you breakthrough technology and a big success at the same time. And as I said, it's the dawn of a new technology when it comes to solar. I thank you so much for the overstretch of my time.
Sorry for being the timekeeper, but really we are running out of time, so I really would like all speakers and panelists to stick to the 2 to 3 minutes. So we have now Mr. Daniel Alexander Chorte, who is the advisor to the Vice President of African Development Bank. So, and he also holds several positions before in EBRD and Sustainable Energy for All. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I try to be as concise as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's indeed a pleasure being here in Vienna on the occasion of this important conference. We all know that building energy infrastructure is capital intensive, and we see increasingly that international local commercial banks and governments face funding constraints inter alia because of increasing borrowing costs, because of debt sustainability issues, which are particularly important in the African context, and Basel III requirements, which affect their ability to provide long-term financing. And the non-availability of long-term financing and the absence of risk-sharing structures are indeed some of the challenges hampering development efforts. Now, the financing needs, and we heard from Ashraf earlier, are such to achieve the sustainable energy transition are so huge that none of us can meet them alone. And we, and by we I mean I think all the development finance institutions, whether multilateral or bilateral, we need to change the way of doing business. We need to do more with our scarce public resources to leverage the private sector financing at scale in order to effectively move from billions to trillions for sustainable energy finance. Now, obviously, this involves innovation along the entire value chain on the policies, on technologies, and very much so also on financing. Let me just focus very briefly on the financing side of things. First, a key part is early-stage investments in project preparation, which are critically important to develop bankable projects. And in fact, this is, in a way, the riskiest capital. I can just say that on the African Development Bank side, we are supporting project preparation through a number of vehicles and instruments, including we initialized and capitalized the Casablanca-based Africa 50 Fund, which covers now more than $800 million in capital commitments from the African Development Bank and 25 African states. Another example is the Africa Renewable Energy Fund, a $200 million private equity fund facility operating out of Nairobi. Or indeed our own project preparation instrument, our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, CEFA, which is a multi-donor trust fund to unlock small-scale investments in renewable energy projects. The second key part is blended public-private finance, which is indeed using concessional and DFI finance in a smart way to bring in commercial capital at scale. Now, this can take various forms. It can be grants for first loss. It can be different types of guarantees. It can be long-term debt at tenors that sort of exceed what the market offers. It can be equity, patient capital with lower than commercial returns. Two quick examples. In Egypt, we supported last year a number of projects, such as the Shapori Palonji project, which is a 50-megawatt solar PV project, where we financed $12 million senior loan, but we also were able to mobilize $7 million from the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, as concessional climate finance, which allowed us to offer a more attractive blended interest rate and that improved the bankability of this project. We also supported last year the Midelt Solar Complex project that was just referenced by the previous speaker, with kind of long-term financing from our side, along with financing from the Clean Technology Fund. We also approved last year a $100 million anchor investment in new funding structures, such as the Facility for Energy Inclusion, that is really trying to support the small-scale investments, whether in off-grid as well as small-scale IPPs and mini-grids, by offering a capital structure, bringing the different types of financing together. Another key part, and I know that my time is running short, is the development of local capital markets, which is critical for infrastructure financing and can provide a platform to mobilize local savings from institutional investors such as pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and insurance funds for infrastructure development. I think overall we need to come to a situation where infrastructure, especially in energy, is becoming a routine asset class which allows to mobilize financing at a scale that we have not seen before, and where the DFI capital is constantly churned to attract this type of capital. For example, we had approved just very recently, I think, a landmark transaction which is called Room to Run, which allows the bank to effectively transfer the credit risk of a selected loan portfolio on its balance sheet to investors, thereby lowering the total risk consumption of the bank. It's actually a first-in-kind synthetic securitization initiative on our balance sheet, We also were able to attract 100 million guarantee from the European Commission, and in total 4 renewable energy projects, which in total will help us to free up headroom worth $750 million for more renewable energy projects in Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, just to conclude, let me say I think we all need to do more to work better together. We need to bring the public, the private, and the development institutions along in this conversation. And I think this is why this dialogue today is very important. And we have a very famous proverb in the African context, which is, if you want to go quickly, you go alone. However, if you want to go far, you go together. So I think in this spirit, thank you very much and looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Daniel, very much for your wise statement that you closed with. Now let me call my colleague, Dr. Tariq, who we had the honor to build the RECREEE. He's the first executive director and now the director of energy for Renewable. Tariq, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thanks to the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce. For the sake of time, I'm trying to also be brief. I think I wanted to share the perspective of what do we as development partners, UN organizations, bring into the debate on the energy transition and how our instruments can be useful in a broader transformation process that the countries can and wish to undertake. I think my view is a bit biased and colored by the perspective I come from, which is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I think for us, when we look at the energy transition in the broader context, it's not for the sake of energy transition, but it's intimately linked with a sort of underlying objective, which is the socio-economic development and the industrial development of our member states or the countries we work with. And so that linkages is very important to keep in mind. And so our instruments is also to help establish that interlinkage between the energy transition or the clean energy transition and the industrial development of the region and the business development of the region. And on that linkages, I can refer to 2 or 3 examples if time permit, because and then we can look at also the opportunities in these examples where you can crowd in investments or unlock private sector investments. The first entry point for us would be, for example, industrial competitiveness in the Arab states. And energy utilization or energy use in the industrial sector is a big part. So industrial energy efficiency is a big part of what we can work with and do to help our member states sort of both reduce emissions, contribute to climate mitigations, but also contribute to industrial competitiveness. The markets are huge. If we want to achieve the SDG 7 targets on energy efficiency, we're looking at a market of $50 billion of investments annually in the industrial sectors related to industry upgrading and efficiency investments. We don't see these numbers coming into the market because the experience shows that you actually have to invest a lot of resources and public resources to what's called creating the enabling environment. So from UNIDO, we partner with countries to work around promoting an enabling environment for industrial energy efficiency. For example, promoting a systematic approach to energy management, and we start to see the effect of this. For example, in the 5 countries where we have done programs with the government and industry to promote a systematic approach. One of them is Egypt, South Africa, Turkey. We have started to see that the private sector decision makers in these companies are taking the decision to make the investments in technology upgrade and industrial efficiency. Our projects alone showed around $400 to $500 million of private sector investments in energy efficiency. So this is a promising area. I think we can pay more attention to it. And as I said, require that public and development partners work together to create what's called an enabling environment. Allow me 1 more minute for 1 more example, because I think this is where I see a lot of potential. Now, The energy transition and the climate debate can be also a catalyst for what we call the clean energy, the clean tech sector, the clean technology and innovation sector. Our DG briefly referred to this in the morning. Our analysis of the global markets where the clean technology solutions, which actually related to both, not only to the energy side, but also to a broader intersections, for example, sustainable cities, sustainable agriculture, where the energy intersect with these sectors. There's $1.4 trillion of investment in innovation and enterprises that can unlock solutions that are relevant to address both an energy transition but also socioeconomic development. Now again here we need an enabling environment. Ideas and innovations don't emerge out of vacuum. You need a public responsibility, a public support for this to work. And we have in UNIDO, and my DG referred to this in the morning, we have what we call the Clean Energy Accelerator Program, in which we actually try to work with the governments to create a space in which we nurture and accelerate good ideas until actually the private sectors and venture finance identify and see the opportunities in these companies. We have run one in Morocco. We have to start to see that some of the companies we have accelerated in Morocco now are attractive companies for investment by venture finance. So we need to build and work around creating what's called an acceleration environment for innovators in the Arab region. This is where we find a lot of weak areas that can actually be tackled as a collaboration with the development partners, organizations like UNIDO and other international development organizations. These are just a brief introduction, and wish that we can, for the dialogue to continue, and we can probably share more on what we can do. Thank you very much.
I think Dr. Tari added another dimension of industrial energy efficiency. We keep the best for the last. That is really my sincere friend, Mr. Pastra, the Dutch envoy of the Netherlands government for energy and water in the region. Mr. Pastra is an official or senior official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Netherlands. She will give us the last statement before we go for the open panel discussion. Mr. Pastra, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badr. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce for inviting us, and I'm really honored to speak here on behalf of the Dutch government. So, indeed, I'm the first ever MENA regional envoy for energy and water of the Dutch government, and this shows the commitment of my government to help look at and try to tackle climate change in the MENA region and to find practical solutions to do so. And I'm very, very happy that we're starting this dialogue. I know this was a long time wish of my dear friend Dr. Ahmed and his team at RECREEE to start this dialogue and to indeed have all these players together. And as Ashraf so eloquently stated in his presentation, this is indeed what we need to do. The challenges that we face are so huge, and we've heard the staggering trillions that are needed to reach the SDGs up to 2030. So we indeed really need to combine our joint forces and work with our respective key selling points or unique expertise and roles that we have to play. And we see that the governments, as my government of the Netherlands, we see that we have a role to play in terms of enabling environment. It's been mentioned, to help look at policies and regulations and how does it work to attract the private sector. Sometimes with blended finance, this is extremely important, but especially to help kickstart the private sector, because indeed the challenges we are up against are simply too large for the public sector alone. So it's very, very heartening to see so much private sector, and that we're here as guests of a commercial
entity such as the Chamber of Commerce to indeed see how we can join forces. I'm very proud to have our dear guest or friend from our Dutch Development Bank, FMO, here as well. I think it's important to actually bring in more players from the DFIs as well. So we're really happy to team up and partner with them and look at the optimum in the different countries for this energy transition. One last word on why we're doing this as the Netherlands. We feel, well, actually, we know as a formerly gas-addicted country ourselves that how difficult it is to make that transition to a more sustainable future for us and for our kids. So we would like to help or partner with others to see how we can reach that optimum, because we struggle with that transition ourselves, and we need to team up with the private sector, with the knowledge institutes, the think tanks, the RECREEs, to actually find a solution for ourselves in Europe, but also here in or not here. I come from Amman, that's where I live, Amman, Jordan, so I'll call that my home for these years. Our neighbors in the Arab region, we feel that we need to team up to make that energy transition there as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed Badr. I look forward to the dialogue and the discussion now, and the year to come in this official dialogue with all our partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pastra. By that, I'm actually, first of all, I would like to say I feel what you're saying. I really sincere it. Thank you very much. Please, I welcome all invited speakers. Please to come and join the panel, please. I can see all around. Can you please join? Engineer Ahmad, Mr. Henk, Dr. Muhammad Said, Engineer Ayman, please. Austrian Development Bank, Dr. Fuad. So until all distinguished speakers are coming, Matteo, please, Dario, everyone is here, please. So the mechanism of the dialogue now will start that each of our distinguished speaker will have 2 to 3 minutes. He will introduce himself, or she or he will introduce herself or himself. And we basically, there will be one topic of discussion. The topic of discussion will be basically, how do you see from the perspective of your country, from your institution, from association, to work on deploying more utility scale projects in the region. So we need to know, okay, how we will basically see that in your eyes. And basically, as I'm telling you, this is a first round. We will move again. We will meet again in Barcelona. We will arrange for that to ensure all of you will be with us. And basically, I think you are staying in the following manner. We started from my right hand with Matteo. So again, everyone will have to introduce himself, answer the question or comment on how can we deploy larger scale utility projects using available funds, or the conducive environment, business environment, how will be improved to scale up these renewable energy investments. We'll start with Matteo. Matteo, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ahmed. And yes, the quote I proposed to answer to the question on mobilizing sustainable energy investment is really together we switch to clean energy, and it is a word for regional cooperation. It is in fact the slogan of the MITMED project that I manage with. It is an EU-funded project for promoting energy efficiency and renewables in the Mediterranean region, developed by RECREEE and Medenair. And I would like to make 3 points on this regional cooperation, because as it has been illustrated earlier, yes, regional cooperation provides climate finance, but the standpoint is that there is not enough energy investments to realize the energy transition immediately. So what is regional cooperation then for? I suggest it is for building trust, so for building the trust in governments, in the foreign investors, in creating the rule of law and the regulatory stability that is needed on one side, and on the other side to create the market confidence for investors to live and deliver energy investments in target countries. So events like the one of today, getting together and meeting between donors, regional cooperation actors, aid, and investors are really welcome, because governments should take the lead and make maybe investments that in energy efficiency, in public buildings, or in renewable energy, to show up that a trust exists between investors and markets. Thank you.
Introduce yourself first. Thank you, Ahmed. My name is Henk Nijland. I'm head of West Africa and the MENA region at the FMO Energy Department. FMO, you might know, it's a Dutch development bank. We are active in emerging markets. We have a total portfolio of around 9 billion, of which 2.5 billion is in energy, in the power sector, most of it in renewable energy. We are also financing gas-fired power plants. And our balance sheet, our total portfolio is about, we have about 550 employees, 9 billion total portfolio. We are committing about 3 billion each year, 2 billion for our own balance sheet and 1 billion for third parties. In terms of the European neighborhood countries, we have invested $500 million more or less. Most important markets are Jordan with 150 million, about 10 projects, and then followed by Egypt. Indeed, as Mr. El-Sisi already mentioned, in the Benban area, we are financing about 100 million for 8 projects. So now, if I come to the question at hand regarding setting up sustainable energy projects and commitment from various stakeholders, I would like to tune in government support. What we believe is that the government support should be aimed at the long run, not at the short run. As we say in the Netherlands, you cannot sit in the front seat of a theater for only 10 cents. Or as the British say, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. What do I mean by that? We can aim for the lowest tariff, that's fine, but it can also come with some problems. A low tariff, cheap energy, clean energy is excellent for the people, for the companies, for the country. But if we push it too far, it will also have a detrimental effect on the returns of sponsors and developers. They might not be interested anymore in the projects. They might drop the projects for that. Margins for lenders might become too small, so it's not reflecting the risk. And financial closure will not be reached. Also, EPC contractors and suppliers are squeezed to the point that equipment and construction quality is compromised. Plants will not run for the intended 18 or 20 years. So my message here to the governments is really, you should promote financial and technological sustainable renewable energy projects that will last for around 20 years. Do not only focus on the cheapest tariff. I think many stakeholders like the European Commission as well as development banks, RECREEE, and the member states can help in terms of concessional finance. It was mentioned before by the delegate of the African Development Bank. They could also help in terms of political risk insurance, sector reform, promoting new products like green lines via the banks, and supporting for strengthening of utilities and upgrading of the grid. Thank you.
Thank you.
please.
So thank you much. Well, I was introduced as representative of Austrian Development Bank, which in a way I am, because I'm working for Austrian Kontrollbank, Österreichische Kontrollbank, which is the Austrian export credit agency. Our task is to promote Austrian exports, but also foreign direct investors. So forging close ties between Austrian partners and Arab partners, for instance, is our task. I'm also member of the advisory board of directors of the Development Bank, and there is maybe the first good message. What I see is a sharp and quick convergence of approaches and procedures in commercial banking, export credit world, export credit agency world, and these DFIs, these development finance institutions. So I guess this is very encouraging, not only for you, but also for investors and project sponsors of all type. So here, you are here in Vienna. I dare say this is the kind of hotspot of a specific type of enterprises. Because in this German-speaking region of Switzerland, Germany, and Austria, there are plenty of small, medium-sized companies. What we are lacking is these big multinationals. But on the other hand, we have a lot of these family-owned, smaller, medium-sized companies which can survive in this global competition only by two features. First is good quality of products and services, and the second is long-term commitment. And this is, I guess, very important when it comes to diversify economies too. So if you're looking for partners, Europe is kind of very neighboring partner of your region, is an excellent partner for you, because there are plenty of these medium-sized companies with a long-term commitment. So when looking in our portfolio of around 30 billion US dollars, there we can see a lot of renewable projects in your region, hundreds of projects in your region, water purification, transportation, recycling technology, and so on. What we hope is that we can intensify this type of cooperation by this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferdinand. Thank you. Tariq, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Just to follow up in my previous intervention, I think just to answer this question, to unlock large-scale investments in the clean energy sector in the MENA region, I think we can talk a lot about forever about the challenges with the enabling environment. I mean, I think the policies, the regulations was mentioned on many occasions, but that's going to be a continuous challenge. But I think there is an area where I think there's an opportunity where we can intervene by helping what's called develop the pipeline, and that is, it's not a private money that usually goes into this. It's typically public money, but when the governments don't have the money, you can find some sort of concessional finance or high-risk stake that can get into the pipeline development stage. I mean, I think, also we have this facility with PFAN, which plays this role, and we're able to, with a little bit of investment, to unlock $1 billion of private sector and concessional finance. So usually, it's not a lot of investment. There's one example I have we did in India where we invested only $50,000 in terms of technology verification for an enterprise. Now it's a $10 million company. So this is the kind of effect that you can have with what's called pipeline development facility. And I think this is what some of the countries need. Thanks.
Thank you, Tariq. Roberto, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was not in the slide. You didn't put REST for Med in the slide, but I will speak anyhow 2 minutes.
Sorry.
First of all, thank you for the introduction. REST for Med is a mostly industrial organization working in the Mediterranean. Now we have Siemens Gamesa, Engie, and Schneider, and possibly Prysmian coming on. So we are more close to business than before. Because first of all, I want to say, Ahmed, thank you for the invitation. We will support you bringing our experience directly from the private sector. First, we work bilateral, because in business you do bilateral, you do multilateral, but multilateral can help. On the 3 pillars you mentioned, Ahmed, the number one is, of course, number one, because technological intervention is there, the cost effectiveness is there, performance are there. I mean, there is no doubt that the renewable now are mature enough to cover even integration in the grid system. Financing will come after. So number one is governmental support. That means to take care about off-taker risk mitigation, take care about standardized contract, think about World Bank IFC scheme, working very well in Black Africa. Of course, streamlining the policy administration, think about Mazen, how they do well. Of course, regulatory is, to me, the main issue that any supporting agency should go to government. Continuity of policy framework, and also, frankly, involve the private sector even in the beginning, because we saw in Algeria what happened. The famous 4 gigawatt bid was a disaster by themselves, name it, because they never heard the private sector. Finally, I will say that we are doing an effort to share the auction system to people, from Algeria to Tunisia to Kenya. So auction now, in this moment, are the solution for bringing more competitiveness, and therefore our big efforts there. Finally, and I close now because you said to be fast, I speak fast anyhow, even in Italian. We are promoting possibly in Roma, 24th of October, in the International Energy Agency workshop, why we don't also think an additional tool for guaranteeing the investment in Africa. So European Bank, ourselves, in addition to scaling solar, in addition to other, we are going to call for an action by European Union, European banks to add a guarantee for not only for all renewable, but also for grid integration. And I will come back to you. But thank you for taking on board this initiative. You know, we're being, now, by the way, just say 5 years ago, we published this report, 2013. It's still there in the famous December 13 event in Brussels, where the Mediterranean Solar Plan was rejected. We, Desertec, myself, and it is still there, still way to go. So we don't invent much more, it's there.
Well, all your comments have been taken on board. We will conclude to the end of it. Thanks, Roberto. Please.
Hello to everybody. My name is Lamberto Dai Pra. I'm the regional manager for Africa and Asia in Enel Green Power. We are a large renewable generation company. It becomes more and more difficult to say something original after all these distinguished speakers. I would just to stress the fact that successful renewable development models have been already implemented in several countries. So therefore the solution is just to replicate them, adapt them to local conditions, of course, and then, if possibly, improve them where needed. I don't know, in Africa, for instance, in Morocco, in South Africa, and also recently in Zambia, there have been important experiences in implementing large-scale renewable power plants. So experiences have been really already matured in such countries. And I'm mentioning countries in which my company has been investing and is investing now. Today, most of such countries have renewable power plants built and operating. This morning we heard also the case of Egypt. So there are a lot of experience, I would say worldwide experience, but also African experience, Mediterranean experience, that can be taken as a lesson. I would say splendid examples that should help us in strengthen and align future renewable programs. Important thing, as usual, is the policy framework. But again, if you allow me, there's really nothing to invent here. I would say we have now the luxury of cherry-picking the best things to be applied locally within a certain local situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamberto. Dr. Mohammed, please.
Thank you, Ahmed, and thanks for inviting the Islamic Development Bank to this wonderful intervention, this wonderful event. My name is Mohammed Al-Sayed. I'm manager of the economic infrastructure in the Islamic Development Bank. And if there is one intervention that I have to leave you with today is the concept of local community development. History have showed us and lesson learned that this is an integrated part of success of any infrastructure project, especially in the Mediterranean, especially after the Arab Springs. We in the Islamic Development Bank, we had a project where actually literally it had to wait for years because people felt they were left out, and they literally stopped the contractor and they got in the way of the project. And really, local community development is the best insurance that you can have for your sustainability, for your even profitability as a private sector. And I'm talking to my private sector colleague. For a while, social development was a very popular word, but we see it's fading away. I hope we can bring it back, especially in the Mediterranean region. And maybe 3 aspects about local development. Number 1, bring in quality employment. The good old days of just bringing projects and hiring local security guards and consider that local employment is no longer there. We have so many unemployed engineers, we have so many unemployed accountants, we have so many talent that is not being used in the Mediterranean region. The second aspect is creating parallel markets. Wherever these mega infrastructure projects, we should go out of our way to create parallel markets, tourism, food chain supply, other markets that supply our investment. And finally, the social development aspect. We in the Islamic Development Bank, we are mandating now in our financing to have a social development component in our project, even as small as 1%. A $1 billion power plant, a 1% is a $10 million. You know how many schools you can build with a $10 million in villages? You know how many clinics you can have in a small villages? That's a lot. And I repeat, the best insurance you can have for your investment is local development, because now you have people to protect your investment and you have guaranteed sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a new dimension we added, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you. Doctor, please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. My name is Erwin Kunzi. I'm the technical director of the Austrian Development Agency. We are the operational arm of the Austrian Development Corporation, meaning we are an agency, government-owned, handling public financing, and we are just providing grants. Now, you may wonder why grants if all the other distinguished speakers are more or less coming from banks. I'll come to that immediately, but I'm linking up to what you just said, actually, because I think you made a very important point. What makes a project attractive for investment, large-scale investment? I think a lot has been said before on the enabling environment. The policies have to be right, the regulation has to be right. Of course, we are focusing on innovative but tested technologies as well. This is very important, I think. And we look at the whole value chain around it, and community development, as you just mentioned. And that is where we come in as a grant provider. The colleague from the African Development Bank mentioned that the project development is probably the most risky part. It's not just the project development when it comes to, let's say, the logic of the intervention and the technical part of it, but the whole environment around it, because that has to be built up first. And so that's why we provide grants to de-risk the development of the project before the larger investment can come. I can give an example. We work with a company in the energy sector in Egypt. They have a stake in investing and developing solar thermal and PV systems. But of course, just doing that, you need the market being developed, but you also need the skilled labor. You need to work with universities. The curricula in the vocational training centers has to be there as well. So they have teamed up with, for example, the Heliopolis University. They are working together with a vocational education and training center just to create the workforce that you need on both sides of the value chain. On one side, what concerns the production of the systems, but then also the distribution, the maintenance, the operational support, and also on the customer side. And last but not least, they have also started providing technical advice to the government when it comes to developing the policies to support the solar thermal and PV applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Erwin. Dario, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dario Cello. I am the president of Medaner Association. There are no doubts that the actual historical time is not at all positive to the multilateralism. Nevertheless, both climate change and migration the two among the most pressing policy issues of our time, remain cross-cutting problems which cannot be solved at the national level. They require collective action among states and all actors in society at all levels. The so-called energy transition in the Euro-Mediterranean region is the most powerful instrument to deal with these two challenges that have been later recognized by the international community as two interrelated phenomena. Energy efficiency and renewable energy sources are the two motor drives for this transition. In our humble opinion, technologies don't represent the major obstacle to overcome. Due to the large availability of a component and a system well proved and affordable. Financing, of course, is the most important bottleneck. Nevertheless, time for the perfect integrated energy market in the Mediterranean region and the time to slow down the unwelcome effects of climate change are incommensurable. We cannot win twice the same award, in our opinion. It is true that the best practices to finance RES and energy efficiency don't run as best in different legislative and regulatory framework, as in Europe. But we cannot wait for perfect markets. We can imagine a different way to go ahead. And that resumes my quota for this discussion today. Less dogmatism on open energy market and more pragmatism in accommodating the specificity of a national energy market will facilitate international energy and climate cooperation in achieving without further delay the objective of climate change, mitigation, and energy transition. We will discuss more in depth all this matter in our 6th International Conference next Wednesday in Amman, organized in close cooperation with our friend of RECREEE within the MIT-MET project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dario. Dr. Fouad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. My name is Fouad Siala. I'm a senior advisor with the Strategic Planning Department at the OPEC Fund for International Development, or OFID. In OFID, OFID is an early pioneer of energy poverty eradication, where since 2007, OFID has committed over $3.5 billion in support of energy operations that include renewable energy projects, including in the MENA region. Our experience with private sector operations clearly shows that an investment enabling policy environment and regulatory frameworks that are conducive to the participation of private sectors underpin financing for renewable energy projects. Now, we have talked about this a lot, and I think it was mentioned that talk in this area will never end. But here I would like just to emphasize one aspect of regulatory frameworks, if you like, and that is the importance of ensuring offshore arbitration. This is an area where in OFID we have faced difficulties, and yeah, it is important to take care of that. We think also that governments need to support and invest in transmission and interconnection infrastructure, and to improve planning and grid management, especially as it relates to curtailment of production. Another point is that the public power sector needs to be financially healthy in order to honor the obligations to the electricity producers in PPIs. because that's where that is the direct source of loan repayment is derived from the electricity utility companies. However, in many instances, this is not the case. So these obligations have to be met through financial support from governments. But this is not sustainable in the long run and will adversely impact the country's overall economy. In addition, while the implementation of full cost recovery retail tariffs will help reduce the financial support to the utilities, subsidies are needed in many instances to ensure access to modern energy services by the poor. However, we believe that subsidies need to be pro-poor, really pro-poor and smart. That is transparent, well-oriented, and they should reach low-income households. Finally, as a development aid institution, OFID would like to see strong commitment to the transfer of knowledge from foreign entities involved in a project to the local partner companies and communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fayed. Miriam.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Miriam Touhami, and I work for the United Nations Environment Programme. I would like to emphasize on the importance, as Dr. Tarek Emrata said, with a little bit of money, we can unlock a large amount of money from the local banking sector. I have nothing against big projects. I'm a Moroccan, and I'm very proud of what Mazen and what we're doing in Morocco. But I think that we need to develop small-scale technologies. We need to encourage the citizens of all those developing countries to use small-scale renewable energy technologies such as solar thermal or small-scale PV systems. Because not only it does not require huge investments, it requires a small amount of money that a person can borrow from a local bank and then reduces its use of energy. And of course, it also encourages the awareness that we would need to convince our new generation. By having a small PV system in my house, not only I use clean energy to have energy, but I also teach my children on the importance of energy conservation and renewable energy. As in UN Environment Programme, we have developed a very successful project in Tunisia called ProSol, where it started more than 10 years ago, and with $1 little million, we were allowed to leverage that money by $200 million. So we put around the same table the government officials, the local banking sector, the private companies that import and install that kind of equipment. And the idea is not to bring in millions of dollars. The idea is to find a mechanism where it's a win-win situation, where the government does no longer need to subsidize highly the use of gas, or we encourage the local sector to develop a market where a distribution network of that equipment is being installed in that country. We encourage the banking sector, the local banks, not necessarily huge development banks, to provide lending to that small-scale technology. And the example in Tunisia of ProSol has been a success, a huge success. Today, in Tunisia, which is a very small country of 7 million people, the target was to install just 15 megawatts of PV for the households. Today, after 3 years, we have installed 35 megawatts. Of course, it is small compared to the 200 megawatt, 300 megawatt plants we hear that we talk, but the importance of encouraging the uptake of small-scale technologies at the household level, not only reach the need of greening the local houses, but also brings an awareness for our children, which will be the future. These are the people that will, in the future, really have in their mindset the use of renewable and energy conservation. So the development of small-scale technologies at a small level, in a country level, is, in my opinion, very important for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam. Ahmed?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I think building on the three essential pillars which you have mentioned at the beginning, government intervention and financing and technology, and on top of those three, from our perspective as Siemens, we have positive impact on the society and time of essence. So I'm going to share with you our success story in Egypt. My name is Imad Ghali. I'm the CEO of Siemens in Egypt. I'm as well the president of the German Arab Chamber for Industry and Commerce. It's not only government intervention, it's really government partnership. So we had the government in Egypt as our partner to make it happen and execute the project in Egypt, as we call it, a mega project in a worldwide time record. So we signed our contract back in June 2015, and last July in 18, we have connected 14.4 gigawatt to the grid in Egypt. And along with the 14.4 gigawatt, we have built, I believe, 11 high voltage substations, a high number of substations. We provided as well planning for the grid in Egypt up to year 2025 to take into consideration all addition from renewable and from conventional power plant to the grid. And on the impact on the society across our journey, we have provided 24,000 jobs during the execution time frame, and we are going to provide up to 600 direct jobs for the next years to come. Furthermore, we have our consortium partner who supported us to make this project come true. And we have hundreds of SMEs from Germany, from Europe, and from Egypt who also were our partner to execute this big project. On the impact on the society, we have provided training, high-level technical training for the engineers and technicians who are going to operate the 3 power plant for years to come. We are currently building a training center to provide vocational education and as well advanced technical training for up to 5,500 trainees in cooperation with the German government and the GIZ over the next 4 years, providing technical skills which today are not existing in the Egyptian market. So in a nutshell, this is a model which we have implemented in Egypt, building on the three essential milestones: partnership with the government, financing. I can tell you financing was supported by Euler Hermes and by Saatchi and by 25 of the leading international banks worldwide. And it took us also a record time to close such a huge financing in between 6 and 8 months. Impact on society, very important that we are also building the society and we're building skills across or along our building the infrastructure projects. Last but not least, time is of essence in executing such a project in 27.5 months. So I think our last message, we did it in Egypt, and we can definitely do it in other countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you very much. Engineer Ayman.
Good evening. My name is Ayman Ismail, the representative of Palestinian Energy Authority. Palestine, as you know, is a unique case comparing to all other countries around the world. And I assume this is well known. We live under occupation, and our decisions in most cases are not in our hands. All of our needs from electricity is imported from Israel, the occupier. So it's been monopolized toward quantity and price. While our neighbor country, Israel, has excess in electricity, we, the Palestinians, face a high demand, low consumption per capita. The government, through Palestinian Energy Authority, does a huge effort to promote energy sector by diversifying sources of energy supply. We found our pathway in utilizing renewable energy sources and rational use of energy. The potential is there: solar, wind, and biogas. The appropriate and required policies, regulations, incentives, and mechanisms are there. So the way has been paved. A small and medium investment in this regard already started. Our vision is seeking your attention for more focus on Palestine on larger scale projects in order to fulfill our targets and reach our security of supply, means minimizing the Israeli control on this crucial sector. At the end, it is inevitable and certain that solar energy is a gift from God to all. Even the occupation cannot prevent the sunrise. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ayman, very much. Ms. Roche, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Roshni Dave, and I work as a Partnerships Development Advisor at UNOPS, which is the UN Office for Project Services. In terms of my intervention, I would like to highlight just one word, and that is partnerships. I believe that one way to unlock private sector finance is by establishing innovative PPPs between the UN system and various private sector entities or companies. This is particularly interesting in fragile situations or post-conflict countries where there is no grid or a bad grid, or countries face enormous energy infrastructure challenges. The UN and foreign aid field missions operate in hundreds of sites globally where they have no grid access and are using mainly diesel generators, which are highly inefficient, highly polluting, and quite costly. For those of you who are not aware, we've done some estimations on this, and approximately 500 million a year is spent on UN peacekeeping missions just on diesel consumption. So, forget everything else. This is just on buying fuel. So clearly there's an obvious need to upgrade to cleaner renewable energy systems. And here I think the UN can encourage private sector renewable energy project development by establishing a PPA and serving as an anchor client by purchasing bulk energy from outside the boundary fence. So I think this is a great business opportunity and model for an innovative PPP that should be further examined, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosh. I promise we have 6 minutes to finish. I will give the floor for Rana Adif for 3 minutes, and then we close in other 3 minutes. Rana, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The advantage of being late is that you have the last word. That's super. So my name is Rana Adib. I'm working for the Renewable Energy Policy Network for the 21st Century. We're a global network. We are a multi-stakeholder network, bringing together governments, international organizations, industry, research and academia, and civil society. And we strongly believe that all these players need to play a role if we want to make the energy transition happen, and if we really want to take advantages renewable energy, energy efficiency offer these different players. Now, being a global network, I think it's interesting to put basically the regional situation here in the global situation again. We're talking about a region with huge potential. We're talking about a region which is the only region where energy intensity is increasing in the Middle East. We're talking about a region which is still predominantly fueled by oil and gas. And we're talking about a region which had the opportunity to really take advantage renewable energy play, not only because of climate change, not only because of the Sustainable Development Goals, but just because today there are business opportunities and opportunities for economic development. Today, when we're looking at, we saw some projections before. The challenge of projections is what we are projecting today for in 10 years' time in a disruptive environment is just not valid. Nobody had expected the cost reductions we had for photovoltaics and wind and offshore wind. Nobody. And this today means that it's basically a no-brainer to develop renewable energy power, because renewable energy power is the least cost solution. And this is something which leads me now to the fact, why are things not happening? And I'll take this example of a glass, which is half full or half empty. You can choose whether we want to see it half full or half empty. So we can choose whether we see an energy transition as a challenge or an opportunity. And this needs political leadership and vision and dreaming big. And I feel that dreaming big means here, and in this region, I'm sorry, I will be a bit the advocate here for the renewable side. Creating the right policy and enabling framework is key, and this means to also have the courage to create a level playing field for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And I would just like to mention, I mean, we heard, I think, in one of the presentations that this region is the region with the highest water scarcity. Why not focusing specifically on developing industry, local value, etc., on renewable energy-based desalinization? These solutions exist. And the good news is that today, internationally, we have so many good solutions. There are innovative business models, there are players, the technologies are there. So let's take these and bring them to the region. We're happy to support you in making these things visible also in the region, and looking forward to work together.
Thank you very much, Rana, and thanks for everyone. Actually, yes, we're hearing all comments, and actually, let me come up to the the final concluding remarks. And actually, let me tell you that the idea that for the dialogue is that we turn out after we finish these sessions that we will communicate with you all conclusions. But I think we are moving now from finding solution to financing solutions. I think this is a first message that we work around financing solutions. Second, I think we need to work in groups. And this is basically what we do between now and we meet with you again in Barcelona for the second round of this dialogue. But this time it will be long days or couple of days to work on this. In between, we will have some kind of clear bankable list of projects, and we deal with you on each perspective that you have. Third, I think we will be working with the governments for enabling environment, and also to work how can we help them reaching these targets, not only at larger scale, but I can hear that as Henk mentioned, that there is a long-term perspective that solution has to be long-term, not at short-term, basically around the decreasing prices of the charge rates, but also at smaller scale, as Tariq and Mervat have mentioned. I think also we need to work around one document, technically speaking, which will be the NDCs. We need to work also with UN governments to help them to transform their INDCs to nationally determined contribution. The more important actually that we need also to work on the development impact, as again Dr. Mohammed Said mentioned, the Islamic Development Bank, and to work around most of the needed region, as Lamberto and Roberto mentioned, about Africa, not only Middle East. And basically, what we need from you is that we'll try to catalyze that with a concrete action. And we, as I mentioned, we already started with a couple of IFIs around the table, but basically we'll come up with a concrete action. And again, we will share with you all results, all presentation, or concluding remarks. And basically, we will ensure that we will have working group through coming 3 months, and basically we end up that in Barcelona putting some kind of concrete action for subsequent financing with our main partner, which is the EU, and their financing tools. I would like to thank you very much, and I know that we take a long, but basically we started late, so we have to end up with delayed process, and thank you very much, and see you in Barcelona. Thank you.